work for the IGF Secretariat, and we've been collaborating with Baratang for years on better engagement and inclusion of girls and women in the IGF and addressing of those topics. And I'm glad that as a result of that collaboration is the Women's Summit. So very shortly, I hope we will hear from, of course, Baratang Mia, as well as from Elizabeth Kalitsiro Mwale as our co-moderators. And then I hope that with Toko, the audio issues will be resolved. Toko is the CEO of Girl Hype Women Who Code. We're very lucky here to have a person that has been a great, I think, focal point for global engagement in internet governance, given that the ECA was the secretariat for a very successful African IGF just several weeks ago. So we'll hear from Akhtar Sek, Senior Economic Affairs Officer at the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa. After that, we'll hear from Horace Chimpere, founder Her for Tech. Sarah Armstrong is with us from the Internet Society. Zanive Asare will be also joining us, Vice President and Head of Public Policy Africa Yango. And then most of this session will be reserved for an open dialogue and discussion, focusing on how to better engage women and girls in internet governance. What would be very important for this forum to hear is, especially from the backgrounds and the communities you are coming from, to tell us what are the good practices, but also not so good practices with respect to gender equality, overall equity, and position, generally speaking, of women and girls in the digital environment. So without further ado, I would like to ask our technicians, can we try again to see if we can hear Toko speaking? I'll just give a minute. Toko, maybe you can try to unmute yourself. I think we're still experiencing technical issues, so if we don't mind, perhaps we can start from what we have here in the room. So, Maktar, I won't put you on the spot at the beginning, but I know you're also a great advocate for gender equality, women inclusion, and speaking always a lot about the importance of having women and girls with active role, an equal role in these processes on internet governance, which is not our reality. So from your perspective and from the perspective of the ECA, can you share maybe about what are your observations? What is your work about? What do you see now? What do you think the global community should focus on to ensure that gender digital divide is finally closed?
Thank you, Anja, for this opening session. I think it's very important when you want to take the opportunity of the digital economic to take into consideration the role of woman and girl in this digital space. Why? You know, in Africa, we have 50.5% of the population are women. And when you look at this access to internet, we have 30% of women connected to internet. 31% connected compared to 44 men. The gap is high. And we have seen also since 2023 up to 2024, we have a decrease of the women connected in internet. When you look at the global connectivity in Africa, in 2023, we was at 37%. And October 2024, we are at 38%. We have an increase of 1% of the connectivity from 2023 to 2024. And in the meantime, we have the gap between men and women increase, because the gap now is at 30%, 13%, compared to 10% before. Why? We have several reasons for that. First, there is an issue of affordability for women in Africa to own their mobile phone. Yeah, to own their mobile phone. We have also the digital skills barrier, language barrier for several women in the continent. We have also cultural barrier in the continent, and also the issue of digital ID, identity. Africa, we have almost 400 million, more than 400 million without any legal form of identity. And among the 400 million, 60% are women. And means this 60% doesn't have any access to any service, land service, social service, administration service, education, higher education service, because they don't have a legal identity. It is a problem why we at the UNECA, we try to find a solution by several initiatives. It is a one IGF. It is a good forum to discuss on this idea, and I think since we have IGF, we have seen a lot of progress in the connectivity among the women, because we start very low. When we have IGF 2.6%, and now we have at 30-something%. This is something big progress on access to women, and also what we need also to provide access to women, because it is an issue of development. In developing country, excluding women on access of digital will provide a loss of $1.53 trillion on the GDP. It's a lot. And the government should understand they need to provide access to the woman and girl in this in this digital era. At ECA, we have several programs. We have one program called it Africa Girl Coding Camp. What is this program? This program target women and girls aged from 12 to 25 years to give them digital skills on robotic, on AI, on on 3D printing, on coding. How can they use technology to resolve their problem? And this program was launched in 2022, and around 40,000 girls participate this program, get this training. 308 projects have been developed by young girls. And these projects are very innovative, because you know technology is not something you need, you have to learn at the beginning. Some girl doesn't have any knowledge, skills in technology when they join the program. And after 2 weeks, they come up with a key project initiatives. They know how to code, how to use the 3D printing, how to develop application on AI. And this is something showing Africa can play, women and Africa can play a key role in this 4th industrial revolution. Also, another program, it is to build the skill of the woman entrepreneurship. We have one program with Alibaba on fintech. We call this program Africa Woman Tech. How to build the capacity of women in the technology side, the entrepreneur woman in the technology side. And this program now is reached to 5 countries, and the objective is by 2026 to reach all African countries. I think there are a lot of things. Also on the financial inclusion, we have seen a lot of progress on women to access to the bank account, but there is still some gap why we have to sort it out quickly if you want to reach the sustainable development goal. When we talk about sustainable development goal, we already adopted, I think, 2 months ago in September, this Global Digital Compact. And the Global Digital Compact has 5 objectives. And 2 objectives are, all objectives are focused on women, because when we talk about connectivity, objective 1, it is to close this digital divide. Digital divide means digital gap, gender digital divide also. When we talk about objective 2 on inclusion and the benefits of digital technology for all, women are an important role to play, because we need to increase everybody in this digital information society. And as you know, Africa has to create around 625 million jobs by 2030, and all this job need a technology component, and women have a lot of opportunity to be part on this job create. When we talk about security on objective 3, security is important because we have some issue in Africa. We have a lot of lady now on the digital space, and they are victim from this cyber crime, and they don't want to say it. Yeah, it is a problem. Lot of people, lot of lady, women get attacked on internet, but they don't talk about this for cultural barrier. And we need also to bridge this cultural barrier for people to protect them on this on the internet, on this information society. Also to give them more confidence to talk about their problem facing in this digital technology. When you talk about this data sharing, also is very, very important. The objective 4 of the Global Digital Compact, data sharing. Women also have a big role there. Because, almost we have a 30% connected men, women, 43 men. But the issue is when we go to social media in Facebook, it is a 50-50. Yeah, 50% of the women connected to be in social media. And they share a lot of information. We need to educate them. What kind of information you have to share in Facebook? What kind of information you have to get in Facebook, in the social media? For Twitter, they are not very active because they are only 3% now. But we need also to educate our women how and they have to share, govern their data. It's very important. And the last one, it is when we talk about this governance of the artificial intelligence. Yeah, it is very important where we can develop the skill of this woman. And we, to be key actor, we need to create a lot of job for women, and there is a possibility now with this AI technology to create this job in the continent. Why we have several activities also at the UNECA. One, it is this, we already established a center of research of artificial intelligence in Brazzaville, Congo, and this also will help to build the skill, develop the research for women in the continent. And we are establishing now a STEAM center in Rwanda for the woman also on the early stage now can start developing their skills on digital. To protect them, we are also working with the government of Togo to build this African Center of Cyber Security to protect all these citizens, African citizens in this digital era. It is some key element I would like to highlight today, and we have as an initiative, and thank you very much for inviting UNECA here, and we also commend the work you have done at the IGF Secretariat, because since 2005 a lot of has been done, and we have seen your motivation, your dynamism in the continent, and we organized a successful IGF in Ethiopia 2 years ago. And I think it is a testimony that the IGF Secretariat is doing very well, and congratulations for the all work done. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, Maktar. First of all, I want to thank you for setting the framework for this discussion. You've shared some very important numbers and statistics, some alarming numbers, but also some on a more positive note that we are making a change, especially in the past 20 years. I'm also happy to hear that you're putting us in a framework of what could be the next advancement for all of us, which is the implementation of the recently agreed Global Digital Compact at the level of the member states. I hope that we can expand that into a very important momentum we are now, which are the preparations for the 20 years review of the World Summit on the Information Society, where concept of gender equality online and closing gender-based digital divide is also central and really cross-cuts the action lines. So I hope we will hear also about that part. And I'm very, very happy that the person who gathered us all here finally made it. So welcome, Baratang. I'm sure we are meeting one challenge at a time. We have Baratang now here. I'm sure soon we will have colleagues online joining us by audio here in this room, because unfortunately still we cannot hear them. Baratang, I will now give the floor back to you as our moderator and the chair. We've heard some very important statements from Maktar, something that you know by heart because you are living this topic, first of all, through your work, but also through just your work with the community and continuous engagement. And I want to congratulate you on organizing traditionally this session. This is what I said at the beginning, where we all come, as I said, really with great honor, but also with great responsibility, given the topic and the fact that we are still leaving behind many women and girls while the technology is rapidly going forward. So we've heard from Maktar. I spoke quite a lot, but we also have Sarah here, so I will give back the floor to you. Okay.
Thank you, Anya. I have to say I can always count on Magda and Anya. I'm very sorry for being late. And last night I had a call with Magda about the session, and he said to me, Baratang, don't be late. And as the universe had it, I was late. So I'm so sorry. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor again to welcome you to the Women Internet Governance Forum Summit here in Riyadh. This is our third session. I think Magda spoke about it. And this session is only successful because UNECA and UN Secretariat is really committed to it. When I say commitment, I mean they make sure that they fund the women to come to the session. They make sure that I get all the support I need to get speakers, to get people to sit on board. And the youth, some of the women have now, that were youth, have now moved up and are now speakers on our panel, which is a very good. So I must say your support is a testament to your commitment, Anya. I remember when I discussed the session with you earlier on, that you said, I'm committed to helping you. And it's really been 3 years of doing that. And it's something that I'm really proud of. And Magda's your commitment to promoting diversity and inclusion of women in the space. It's something I value, and it goes further than this because I work with you in Africa and I see what you are doing for digital public infrastructure and for everything. And Sarah, I know we contacted you last minute and you made sure you sit here, and that shows a commitment to the ecosystem that people want to change and women can be on the leadership. I'm not going to take long because I want more speaking, but for me, it's your kindness and generosity is always appreciated as people who are here. But I always think of what Malala Yousaf once said. He said, one child, one teacher, one book, one plan can change the world. It is a very simple statement, but if you think about it, for us as women, that's what we live with daily. It might be a seat on the table on the Internet Governance Forum, but we need more women. And the other thing that I take with is what the Secretary General said at the GDC summit. He said, no one should be left behind. Now, we are going to leave lots of people behind unless we have women on a seat, unless we have women contributing on policy writing. So putting together a panel was meant to make sure that today, as we are sitting here, we have those connections of one woman, one connection, one idea that can change the internet governance landscape and make sure that we are creating a brighter future and that's inclusive for women. Thank you. I don't know where to take because you spoke a lot. Okay. And I'll hand over to Sarah.
Hello? Now? Okay, good. Good morning and good afternoon or good evening to anyone joining us online. My name is Sarah Armstrong and I'm speaking on behalf of the Internet Society as well as the Internet Society Foundation. We're two different organizations. The Internet Society Foundation is a supporting organization of the Internet Society. Many people may know us already as ISOC or the ISOC Foundation. So I'm here actually for our CEO, Sally Wentworth, she got delayed, as happens. There are just times where your planes decide they're not going to get you where you want to go when you want to go there. So, under those circumstances, she asked me if I would please join the panel, and I am very happy to do so. But she does send her regards. So, I'd like to speak a little bit also on more statistics to build on my colleague here and talk about the problem, but also obviously talk about some of the solutions. And I'd like to speak specifically, in addition to the solutions that the Internet Society and the Internet Society Foundation have to addressing this issue, to speak about a direction forward. So I want to start by sharing our vision statement. The vision statement for the Internet Society and the Internet Society Foundation is, the Internet is for everyone. Well, yes, for everyone, but we have a long way to go. It's especially an issue with women, as we know, and we've heard already. I don't have to tell you that there are so many more men right now than women who are involved in the Internet in all kinds of ways, and we're really trying to change that. It's really holding back society to not have the women as involved as they could or should be. So, as we've heard, there are more men than women on the Internet, and this is particularly prominent in low-income countries. So that's a target for a lot of the work that we do. According to the Women in the Digital Economy, which some people may know as WIDEF, ensuring women can fully participate in the global digital economy, entire economies will benefit in terms of a higher GDP, stronger workforce, and higher levels of innovation. So there's a real reason why. This is about not just empowering the women, but helping to really add to the value of the community and the things that they all can contribute together. So we also have a report that says the gender digital divide has a direct and negative effect on global development and inhibits global goals for creating inclusive societies and economies. So we need to make changes and close this gender digital divide. It's important. So as I said, ISOC and the foundation are both working to do that. In many cases, the work that we're doing is focusing on training, because that's so important, is to get women into environments where they can learn skills. We have an example where the Internet Society did a training for women in Mali, and in that case, they discovered that these women had never had opportunities to learn to do any sort of work, the real hard skills work of how you create internets, splice cables, configure a network, all that type of thing. And so we are addressing that through training. And we also have a lot of other programs that do that, and we're making a real effort to make these programs more inclusive of women and more targeting of women because of what we're talking about here and the impact that they can make on overall communities, overall economies. In addition, the foundation, which is an organization that funds other organizations to do this type of work, we have many grants in many countries where our organizations, our partner organizations, are really out there doing a lot of training and encouraging women to be involved and providing opportunities that otherwise not be available. So I encourage you to look at both the Internet Society and the Internet Society Foundation websites to see all the different programs we have. And what's interesting with the foundation, the applications that we're getting, we're starting to see more people who want to use their program funding to target women. So this is all really encouraging to see in light of the environment that we're working in and the environment that I've described with some of these statistics. And we also at ISOC and the foundation are making one of our 2030 goals to bring in an affordable and resilient, reliable internet. And we want to make sure that we do this with women in mind, because we know that women are important for the reasons that I've stated, to be involved in helping to really augment countries in the digital age. And so we're really focusing on women for the next 5-year strategy that we've developed. And this is a strategy that's both for the Internet Society and the Internet Society Foundation. We are looking specifically at connecting women and focusing on social enterprises. That is an area that we feel is important. It's a real sustainable anchor for the community. And according to the 2024 Global Social Enterprises Report, social enterprises created in 2024 200 million jobs. So this is important. It's a good, important place for us to focus. So those are some of the areas that the Internet Society and the Internet Society Foundation are focused, and those are the statistics and the issues that we are addressing with our focus. And then I'd like to just turn quickly to looking at policy, since when we're here we talk a lot about policy recommendations. So again, quoting YDEF, their report, they are recommending to close the gender digital divide, that we focus on 5 different areas. First, improved access to affordable devices and online experiences. Second, increased availability of relevant products and tools. So this goes to all the things that we've just heard about. Elevating digital literacy and skills, an area I've just spoken more about. Enhancing safety and security. And the 5th is generating data and insights. And I think we can all agree that these are important places for us to focus. So not just that women have more opportunities, but that the communities can benefit from the women in their communities and all that they have to offer. So in closing, thank you for your attention. I want to say that still over 1/3 of the world's population is not connected, which translates to about 2.6 billion people. And women and girls are the most affected by this situation. So we need to acknowledge this, work together, and meaningfully empower women in the internet governance spaces to bring their perspective to internet governance and to push for change and make this change happen. So there's a lot of work to do. We've started, we're working very hard and diligently to continue to do this. The organizations to which we provide funds are also doing this. We know that many of you out there are doing this, and we know that we can work together and make a difference. So again, on behalf of Sally Wentworth and myself, Sarah Armstrong, thank you so much for your attention. I look forward to a discussion.
Thank you very much for a great speech from Asok. I'm used to hearing the mic speaking back, so my brain is looking for that. So I should take this off. I'm going to read Togo's speech. Apparently the people online cannot hear clearly and she can't get through, so I'm going to read Togo's speech. Togo Mia is the CEO of Girl Hype, which I founded 23 years ago to close the digital gap for women and girls. When I founded Girl Hype, Togo was 11, and she's been with the organization since then, and now she's a big woman and running it as the CEO. I'm busy living life. So I'll read her speech. On behalf of Togo, this is how she wrote it. As we gather in this room, we recognize the vast potential of digital technologies to transform lives, elevate economies, and bridge digital divides. But we also acknowledge the disparities that remains, particularly for women in Africa and across the global south. Sector problems related to women in digital markets and transformation. Number 1, limited access to digital infrastructure. And this is a big one for women in Africa, who apparently the people online can hear now. I'm not sure if she can talk. Togo, can you talk? Respond on, so that I should be able to hand you over. I'm sorry, the people online can hear now. She's not responding. So number 1, limited access to digital infrastructure. I think this is the bigger thing. Once you solve infrastructure, you would have sorted women's problems. That's my belief. You sort out one issue, which is digital infrastructure. Women will move mountains. Let's just say that. Women have access to resources. They will make the best out of it. They will move Table Mountain and combine it with Signal Mountain and make one big thing. That's why in Africa there's a saying that you empower a woman, you're empowering a village. It doesn't say you empower a man. It was very specific, written generations ago, that empower one woman, it's generations. So I truly believe in this. So now I'm elaborating on someone else's speech. I'm going to read it as she wrote it. In many parts of Africa, women face significant barriers to access the internet and digital tools. Rural areas. Can she hear, Anya? Can she talk? She's online. Oh, she can talk. Okay. In many parts of Africa, women face significant barriers to accessing the internet and digital tools. Rural areas in particular are plagued by poor connectivity, high costs, and lack of infrastructure, leaving women disconnected and unable to leverage digital opportunities for education or entrepreneurship. Digital literacy and skills gap. The digital divide is merely about access, but also about skills. It's not merely about access, but it's also about skills needed to use technology effectively. Women often lack the training and confidence to navigate digital platforms, which stems their participation in e-commerce, remote work, and other digitally driven economic activities. This is where we really need to hone on. And as Girl Hype, I must say, I'm proud to say, ISOC has been supporting us. We have been getting small grants to run programs for digital literacies for women. And that's something that really now we should be focusing on. Skills for women is a big thing, or else we're leaving them behind. Number 3 is gender bias and digital markets. Women entrepreneurs in digital markets face systemic challenges, including limited access to funding, discriminatory practices, and lack of gender-responsive policies. This prevents women-owned businesses from scaling and thriving in the digital economy. The 4th one is safety and security online. Cyberbullying, harassments, and gender-based violence in online spaces deter women from fully participating in digital markets and governance. The absence of robust protections and support exacerbates these challenges. Number 5 is policy and representation gaps. Women remain underrepresented in policy-making spaces where digital transformation strategies are shaped. This leads to perpetuation of structural barriers that disproportionately affects women's ability to benefit from digital opportunities. And the key barriers of access in Africa for women's economic participations is that the integration of these challenges mentioned above form significant barriers to women's economic participation. So if women have no access to the internet, which we now know that the internet is not just the internet, it's information, data, access, change of life. If women do not have access to those things we're talking about, they lack affordability. It's caused also by affordability, which is the cost of devices and data remains prohibitive for many women. It causes constraints for them to participate, and it discourages the outright participation. Now, she wrote this, but I understand what she means. The outright participation is very easy. We work with women and with boys and girls. If you put a laptop in front of a boy, there's nothing wrong with that. 90% of the boys, if it breaks, they call other boys and say, it broke down. We put it in front of girls. If it breaks, they are afraid of coming to me and say, I broke the laptop. They come to me and say, I broke it. And this is a simple thing, that girls want perfection, and it's the societal norms. Whilst boys are not afraid of breaking it and saying, it's broken, fix it. And those are little minor things, because as Girl Hype, we do teach boys. Those boys will excel super fast because they are used to playing games. They are the association from childhood to put them in a tech space is so strong. Girls have that, but not African girls. We shouldn't just look at girls from first world countries and assume that we are seeing on the internet. That's the reality of Africa. The reality of Africa is if a house has a computer, what an achievement in the house. The whole thing last year, my whole mission was to get parents to buy one computer for the home. Just encouraging them, please just buy one computer. Because there's a difference between working on this and working on a computer. And I think that's one of the things I really need us to hone on when you open discussion. Because I see her story is very long. So I'm skipping some of the things and I'll go to what we are doing at Girl Hype. We are not just challenging these norms and societal challenges that women are facing. We're really bridging the digital divide, and we elevating women to come into the tech space and making sure we support them as they grow along. So we have a project in Hamuloi. Hamuloi in Limpopo, when we entered the space, we implemented a coding class in a school. This is 2023. In 2023, South Africa is one of the elite countries that I know of. But in 2023, a school had an internet port going straight to the school principal's office, and he was the one with internet access. And then there was another port going straight to the computer lab, which was giving 30 students access to a computer lab. Now, those students could only access the internet for 1 hour. And when you upload a PDF, it doesn't upload because the data was running at 2-point-something megabytes per. It was just horrible because I'm not used to that. So I walked in and I said, I can't work like this. So I went to the sponsors and I said, we need to change this. And thanks to the company that was sponsoring us, they came. We had to rebuild a new computer lab. We had to call the internet service provider, leave what the government had put there because it doesn't work. Build a new computer lab in the school, get the new internet service provider to come. Fortunately, they agreed to sponsor us for 3 years, put in the line. When they came, they discovered the whole community has no access to proper internet. In fact, they have access to something. It's not internet, so they can't put what is needed to put the broadband. So they had to put new layering. It was it took us 6 months to implement a program of 2 weeks, just building the infrastructure. And that for me was an eye-opener to say, we also underestimate how dispersed rural areas and urban areas are, because we work in Cape Town, and it's one of the all schools have proper internet. All teachers have access to everything. And we couldn't implement a 2-week program. It took us 6 months to lay the proper infrastructure. And those are the realities. We work with Zatna. And thanks to them, they've really built on cybersecurity skills. And they're helping us to make sure that girls understand the cybersecurity online. And they understand what are the challenges and how to prepare themselves for future. They were to apply for jobs. What does it mean to post today? Girl Hype participate on UN IGF, WSIS. We advocate for gender responsive policies and making sure that we create mentorship as we enter spaces. And she's got a call to action to say, ladies and gentlemen, as we deliberate today, let us remember that addressing these challenges requires collective action. It demands that we work together across sectors, borders, and disciplines to dismantle the barriers that holds women back. I invite you to join hands with organizations like Girl Hype to create a future with no woman is left behind in a digital transformation. Together we can build a world where women's potential is fully realized, and their contribution drive innovation, inclusion, and progress for all. Thank you, and I look forward to engaging in this inspiring summit ahead. On behalf of Togo, thank you. We have 3 minutes for comments. 3 minutes for comments. Anyone with a burning comment towards the speakers or questions? The floor is open. Any comments from online? I know you guys can hear. Okay, I'll close. I'll close the session and say thank you very much, Magda, UNECA. Every year, peace. Um, Anya, I think at this point you've passed the phase of being the secretariat of the Internet Governance Forum to being the champion of the Women in ICTs, Women in IGF Summit. I really appreciate that. You know, you accepted this program wholeheartedly, and I think it's beyond what IGF and the secretariat is saying. It's from you as a person in believing that this platform will change for women participation. And you can see with your commitment and making sure that funding and the speaking and everything, even you sitting here, I know you have other sessions to be at. You were supposed to be here for 15 minutes and you made sure that this session is successful. Uh, that doesn't go noticed. And I'm even getting emotional. Thank you.
Can I also thank you, Baratang, sincerely? I think this whole work started really because of you, championing women and girls, raising a wonderful girl, if I may also add. You know, yes, I am supposed to go to another session, and it's very challenging for the Secretariat to be in any of the sessions because of the logistics. But as I said, these sessions are very important to us. They're close to our heart, and we believe that if we have these types of dialogues, which always give birth to good partnerships and cooperation, then we can make a change. It's really coincidental that I'm going, and I want to invite you to that session after this one, to a session which will be focused on women and girls that don't have basic human rights to go to school. There is a session at workshop room 4, starting just now, where we will be hearing from colleagues speaking about the situation in Afghanistan, closing of the schools, where digital is the only window to those girls and women to continue with their education and to an extent, I wouldn't even call it a normal life according to our standards, but at least a way to communicate with others and to continue learning. Perhaps we will not close this session. We can maybe move to workshop room 4 and continue discussing. I think our global voice is really needed for women and girls. In that country, I had a great pleasure to work with them a couple of years back. It's been really a wonderful experience that will always stay with me. And I think now is the time that we respond to them with what we can do within our capacity, the way they were responding to us within their capacity, helping us to build this really strong ecosystem. So thank you so much once again. Thank you very much, Baratang. I know it's been challenging always to be first, but I think you broke the ice and it's been a wonderful dialogue. Thank you.
Meow, 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 meow.
Okay, we can hear you. Okay, thank you very much. Let us start our session. We have 1 hour to discuss.
We can't hear you. Channel 5. Okay. Channel 5. So everyone, you have to have headset. So otherwise you will not hear. 5.
I can hear myself at least on channel 5. Yeah, thank you very much. I hope our online participants also can hear us. I hope our session will be interactive enough. So if you would like to say something or invited to say, please get to the mic and tell to the mic to let people to hear you online also. Unfortunately, we have only 1 hour. And our topics are really difficult and still may be very important for everyone. In the modern world, internet was developed using the multi-stakeholder approach. But digital transformations and sovereignizations in some countries usually not using such approach. We want to discuss during this session how it could be changed, what could be negative impacts by digitalization of services and governmental approaches. And I hope as a result we will start finding a way of how to inhibit such impact or have the better development for our digitally transformed life as good as the internet was at all. So we have designated speakers who may answer the questions, but also if you want to share experience from your country, from your location, from your activity, you are also welcome to ask questions. I will also pass this. So let me ask my colleague Andrei Sherbovich from Moscow Free University to have a short introductory speech on this problem. Andrew, can you hear us? Can you join us? Just a moment, Andrew. Can you hear? Seems we have issue. We can't hear you on headset. Just a moment. Okay, it works well. Does the sound goes to? Andrew, please test. Say something. You can hear me. Andrew. Hears it, but not here. Just a moment. Another Zoom. There is other session. It's not our session. No. It's not this. There is another session now.
Yes, Andrei.
Yeah, Andrei, can you say something? No, I can hear him from Zoom, but I can't hear. Sorry, everyone. Yeah.
Okay.
You hear here? It was working actually. No. It doesn't go to the headset. Zoom sound does not go into headset. Connect to Zoom from phone, get a headset, and try to hear yourself. Okay? I will run sessions, but just get into this. Okay, sorry. I hope remote participants will be able to join us, say something for us a bit later. So it's not the first time that at IGF we have issues at Zoom at the first day. So I'm a bit prepared, and I hope we could improvise here. Just a few introductory words. So with the development of internet and internet technologies, a lot of things get digitally transformed. Our government started providing services with using the internet with a special application and special portals. In some cases, governments start using technologies to protect us as citizens or themselves as an entities. In some cases, well, we are from Russia, so I'm from Russia, so even Russia is very, very advanced in providing state services to the citizens. In some cases, it might not be as good for the citizens as it might be. Also, in some countries, there is a movement to sovereignize the internet, to split it from the global activities, for sure, in ideas of protecting their citizens. In some cases, in some countries, in some locations, also technologies, and especially very advanced technologies, started to be used to surveil people or to control activities or to block some kinds of information. And we really not aware globally on how it happens. Internet is a global stuff, is a global thing. It was developed by different stakeholders for the purposes of all good. But the digitalization and digital transformations usually happens locally. And if you are receiving some services or you are transforming your life with digital services, you usually do it in your location, in your country, and maybe not always aware of how it happens in other locations. The same way, if somebody, corporations, governments, or criminals abuses digital services to against you, that's usually might be happening from other place, but usually happens locally. Some criminal activities targeting citizens of one country or in one location may not be repeated instantly at other places. So we might not be aware of such bad activities or activities of bad actors, which already happened in other parts of the world. We may not be aware of what happens to us. And vice versa, we may be experiencing protecting ourselves from not very good actors, and other people are still not ready to do this. I really would like to ask maybe some of you how your life have been changed digitally. First of all, what digital transformation with using technologies have happened to you for a few last times, and maybe for sure it happens for good. And later, I would like to ask you, maybe something bad happens with you with digital transformation. Okay, let me start from experience from my country, Russian Federation. A lot of services have been Channel 5. Yeah. So first of all, a lot of digital services have been, a lot of state services have been digitally transformed in Russia. You can send requests to the government and receive digital replies. You can ask for providing some kind of governmental services. For example, releasing new IDs or driver's license could be requested digitally. That's really good. But on other hand, the state gained power to track people activities and for example, try to let's say or wish to monetize these activities, providing it back to corporations. Maybe also you heard that in Russian Federation there was a set of sovereign internet legislations when government tried to gain more power on this on usage of internet resources like IP addresses and domain names. That was done by the really good purposes like protecting citizens, like protect the country and country businesses from interference from outside. But on the other hand, this legislation added a lot of administrative pressure and paperwork for operators. For example, a corporation in some other countries, you can obtain IP addresses from local internet registries through local internet registry, from regional internet registry, and start working. But in Russia, because of sovereign internet law, you also have to report your resources, resources obtained to the government authority, to the regulator, also report your interconnections and so on. So at least it's not just maybe later used for surveillance of identifications of citizens, but also it's additional administrative pressure compared to operators in other countries. That's an example from at least one country. I would like to check maybe sound have been fixed and remote participants could speak and be heard. No, still not, unfortunately. So I would like an audience to jump in and tell us about how your life have been digitally transformed, and maybe there are some other drawbacks of this. Please come here, speak to the mic.
So, thank you very much. I would like to share that in most cases, sometimes when we look at individual entities, we might be proud that we are doing very well. My name is Asha Binala. I'm from Tanzania, and I would like to share our own perspective of governance from my own country. In my country, because when you talk about digital transformation, you want to make sure that all the key sectors are also adapting. Like we are talking about the government itself, the private sector, yes, the public, the government, and the CSOs. Now, the challenge for my country, when we talk about digital transformation, we are talking about transformation that has been done very well. Tanzania has done very well in digital transformation for the country when it comes to services, whether it's migration, maybe whether it's police filing, and all kind of filing. It's really, really impressive, to be very honest. Now, the challenge comes with, while the government is doing a lot of work and a lot of transformation, and especially in infrastructure, in systems, in applications, in solutions, we have a society which does not yet understand fully how to use the transformed solutions. And we understand why the government may do a lot of awareness to its people. The sectors which does very well in literacy, as in digital literacy, is the CSOs, and it is also the private sector. But then you have the private sector and CSO, which is not really embracing digital transformation. So there is a lot of silos. You have a government which is doing very well, and the key players who are not that maybe interested, but not very well informed. Yeah.
Can I ask for another mic? Yeah. Then I have question to you. You said that government did really well in digital transformation, but did any discussions appeared before this digital transformation? Did government consulted private sector, as if you said, consulted other stakeholders which are joining internet governance?
Yeah.
So do the stakeholders or public aware of this digital transformation? Did they really ask for it? Or maybe your government, yeah, transformed something else which was simpler to transform, but does not require transformation actually. So how did this transformation went in your country? And also it's a question for you others. I think that representatives of government are here. So it would be really interesting to hear how you have consulted other stakeholders in making decisions of transforming digitally something.
So maybe to respond to your question, it's on. Maybe to respond to your question, I'm not a government representative, but I'm a very active actor in the society. So I sort of know what is going on in the ecosystem. You know, there are forces that makes the government to transform and go digitally, and one of those forces is the resources. So when we had the World Bank on board, and we had the European Union on board in terms of funds, now the government created a roadmap for it to be digitally transformed.
So for you stakeholders, actually not your citizens, not your civil society, not your private sector, but actually World Bank and European Union.
Exactly. So they started last year. We have newly launched a digital transformation blueprint in Tanzania. I would say in the last 2 years, there is engagement of stakeholders compared to when we are starting integrating, which was in the early 2020s and 2021.
But during creation of blueprint, stakeholders was not involved.
No, not to an effective amount, and and I think the other reason was because there is a gap. We need to understand that not all countries has an active actors when it comes to CSOs. So there was sort of a gap when it comes now as CSOs to contribute, or maybe the government identifying proper platforms to engage for feedback. So that it's sort of a bit complicated. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I also would like to invite somebody else to join experience here, please. But don't forget to introduce yourself and tell about location where you're working.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yeah,
okay.
for sure.
My name is Kashfi Inua. I work with the Nigerian government. So I think for me, the world we are today, digital is a lifestyle. If you look at what we do, everything, we rely on technology to do a lot of things. For example, for me, I use my mobile phone to set alert to wake me up in the morning. I use it to read news. I use it to connect with family and friends. I use it to shop online, to do bank transaction, and navigate my ways around the city. So it knows everything about me. And when you talk about sovereignty, it's very key, because most of the developing countries, they don't have data sovereignty, they don't have operation sovereignty, and they lack digital sovereignty. The data mostly is being captured, processed by hyperscalers who are not, in most cases, they don't even have presence in those developing countries. In terms of operation, they decide how to operate without consulting the country.
Yeah,
they don't
really,
even...
thank you. I'll ask you another question. I really understand you because for population measures or for economic structure, Russian Federation is really close to Nigeria. So we understand each other. If Russia pretends not to be developing country, but it's and then we are talking that the people or the structures who can gather data, they becomes kind of digital autarchies. Not in the meaning of like previous centuries, but also yeah, that's why we started this session. So maybe as your governmental representative in your country, you have already solutions or eager to do something or ask for advice, please.
We have many solutions government is deploying to reach the citizens, because the citizens are online. The government also need to be online to serve the citizens. So we have a different solutions from, like, if you want to register for a passport, driver's license, do transaction online. Like, our financial sector is the most digitized sector in Nigeria. This was as a result of government policy of cashless society. That what triggered that digital transformation in the financial sector. And that also is permeating across, because today you can easily make payment using mobile money or internet banking. That's also inspire other sectors to start digitizing.
Yeah, but okay, if you want to jump in with your example, please raise your hand. I hope. Well, I definitely see Australian government here. I'm not sure that's somebody from this session. Okay, you are next. But now I have a question, which leading for the third part of our session. So, cashless society. Any transaction is online. Anything is tracked. It might be good for, well, fighting criminals or finding legal transactions, but also every citizen becomes a good. Information about their activities might be collected. It might be used by the evil corporations or even good corporations or criminals and so on. How your government deals with such negative impacts of a complete digitalization, for example, of financial sector or some other activities, and then we'll hand the mic to you.
So that is a big challenge for us, and that's why Nigeria also is ranked very high in terms of cyber criminality, because of this huge digitization. So the government is doing a lot in terms of having visibility of what is happening online in terms of transaction. We are building our national cybersecurity architecture, and we are also working with the financial intelligence unit to create that visibility for every transaction. Now we do it manually, but we are building intelligence in it, adding AI to predict all suspicious transactions that can curtail the number of the financial fraud.
And how these activities of discovering, keeping financial data and analyzing is being controlled by civil society or human rights organization in your country, or nothing like this is happening?
So for the financial unit, it's a big ecosystem where everybody is part of it. Any financial transaction, and we have the civil society organization as part of it. Now NIDA is leading in terms of building the software that will bring that intelligence. And our approach in everything we do, co-designing and co-creation, is at the heart of everything we do. We have a participatory framework where we do many policy dialogue as part of our rule-making process before we came up with any regulation. So we engage the civil society organization, we engage the academia, the private sector, and everybody to be part
It's
of
really,
it.
really good. Thank you very much. So that's you are really protecting from going on digital autarky. Please, another example.
Thank you. I'm Moses Hawaii from South Africa, from the Department of Communications and Digital Technologies.
So your governmental representative.
Yes. I think mine it's more on data sovereignty. I'm picking up sort of like a trend that is happening currently. Um, there's multinational companies that are actually coming into the country, and acquiring companies that were already operating in South Africa, either, um, preserving data and so on. And obviously, in that regard, um, they do obviously adhere to, you know, um, the policies within the country, right? But also, the very same companies have to adhere to the policies within their respective countries where they're coming from. And in that regard, you find that, there's data obviously that has to, if needed, need to be shared with the countries that they actually coming from. Now, the challenge that I'm picking up here is that, I mean, you are in let's say South Africa, for instance, and then you have to somewhat, transmit data to your respective country. I mean, my thinking is that you can't serve two masters at once, right? And obviously, that does actually have an impact to citizens within that specific country, right? Because obviously, when the company was acquired, the question is, were, you know, the people who have that information, um, you know, in that, or rather, in that particular server that is, acquired by the new company, were they in any way consulted about the acquisition and what it would mean for their data to be kept by that specific company that has acquired the new company, right?
Yeah. So any dialogues happens. Do you invite your stakeholders from your country and that's foreign companies, because not much countries could allow themselves a Google or Facebook or so on. Do those companies tries to do any multi-stakeholder consultation in your country, or they're a bit authoritarian in a way of dealing with data?
We do have a multi-stakeholder discussions in the country. I mean, we do have what we call the ZA IGF, the South African Internet Governance Forum. There are other platforms as well to address such, discussions. But obviously, as I said, it's a new trend. I'm not sitting here saying that we have all the solutions. And obviously, within South Africa, we have the necessary policies as well, like the Protection of Personal Information Act, which is somewhat similar to the GDPR, right? But obviously, we are dealing with smart people here, right? We're dealing with people who actually look at those very same policies and they pick up the loopholes, right? And as I said, you can't serve two masters at once. Now, the question here is, with the very same multinational companies that are actually coming into the country and, acquiring the companies and so on, I'm just basically trying to see how do we then, ensure that the citizens are protected and they know that, what actually happens to their data and so on.
Yes, that's really important because huge corporations are now acquired powers which equivalent to the state powers, but they do not have such responsibility. But still talking about this. So thank you very much for raising it. A colleague behind you, and again we heard three government representatives, so close to the government. If there's somebody from other group of stakeholders who are aware of such issues or would like to share their experience, please raise your hand.
Hello, my name is Paul. I'm from Austria, and I represent an NGO called ICT4D.at, where we use technology for the common good. And I'm also an engineer. I'm a programmer since 15 years or so, so I also understand the technical aspects and also hopefully the aspects of society. I have been an tech enthusiast almost all my life, but recently I feel like I live in a dystopian future where people don't realize that we live on a planet where we used to have a decentralized network called the internet, which was handled as the tool to create a connected and free world, to now where we have these multinationals who were just mentioned by the colleague from South Africa, who are basically centralized the internet and controlling everything we do. In my country, in Austria, we have a fairly okay working democracy, but at the same time, it diminishes every year because there is mass surveillance happening, which enables targeted advertisement, and just a few companies, and mostly from the United States and China, are currently in control of our social media. The person who has interest or most of the money can just buy these ads and manipulate my population and change the elections in their way. Not 100%, but Facebook did research and showed that they can change democratic elections with at least a few percentage points, which is quite impressive. So I fear that most people don't realize this, that democracies currently worldwide can just be bought, or the elections can be bought, and I don't know how to react to that, and I don't have a solution because most people just continue scrolling in their time feed without actually.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much for reminding me, because I have to reply with Russian experience to what you said with 2 points. In this year, there was a 2 days national IGF in Russia. It was not like this IGF. It was not that open. The whole 2 days was spent by different stakeholders in discussion of so-called lake of data legislation, where a government want to propose legislation that every corporation must share collected data on people with the government. Great idea that government collects its data from the government, from state services, but now they oblige corporations who collect data to provide it to the government. In response, during that discussion, government promised that this data will be anonymized and provided back to corporations for better services. Guess what happened? On the second reading of this law, obligations for the government to provide data back to corporations disappeared. So now huge businesses have to provide it. And if you're talking about elections, we also have a great experience. We have online internet voting nowadays in Russia, which is can be controlled, can be observed in anyhow. The OCSE and Venetian Commission's recommendations was ignored during this development. It's the elections digitally transformed. It's a great idea that you can vote from my phone. But when the possibilities of external observations with possibilities for civil society to control disappeared completely, that's really a terrible thing. I hope to ask a few questions for one of the developers. Kaspersky is here. This company was developed 2 years ago in completely un-multi-stakeholder way. It just popped up and say, okay, now you vote online. So your colleague, please.
Just one last note. Being an engineer and knowing how easy it is to manipulate a database, elections virtually are for me a nightmare, and I would not recommend any country to do so. And one last sentence to my colleague from South Africa. The reason why there will never be an Austrian AI or a South African AI is because we don't have the data to actually train our models, and this is the reason why they don't give us the data. It's called digital colonialism, and it just continues. Thank you.
Hello, it's Abdullah Ahmed Kaynar from Turkey. I am working as a legal advisor in Information and Communications Technologies Authority. Actually, I was a volunteer last 10 years in human rights organizations. In those times, I every time thought that government are very eager to collect data. But when I started work as a legal advisor in government, I saw that a lot of companies, especially financial institutions, wants the government that collection this data, because they told us they need to block imposters to get information from disadvantaged people. And they told us we need more information about citizens to protect them. So our answer is that of this problem, we have to empowering individuals to understand how can they protect of imposters. Because if citizens cannot protect themselves, somebody say we have to protect you for your enemies. That's why we need to draw a clear line about data privacy and the freedoms and the sovereignty, and also how attack these imposters. So the biggest problem I believe that the modern society is that imposters has a lot of powerful weapons, like social engineering. They look their profiles, they look their Instagram feeds, and they clearly attack the people. So how governments and financial institutions stop these attacks? We believe that the digital literacy is just the answer. Because if you ask a question.
So you said that Turkish government said that they need data to protect from imposters, but did it succeed? In somehow, do you know of successful cases, or number of successful cases of protection?
We are still 4 or 5 different digital literacy programs about high schools or some disadvantaged peoples like elders, because they don't know internet and they share a lot of personal data, and after sharing these data, they easily get attacked by some people.
Yeah, but okay, data collection. Did it help to regulators to help these people?
Not regulators, but financial institutions say that if we know who he talked with 5 minutes ago, we can easily stop that kind of fraudulent attacks. But we told them, we have very similar to GDPR version in Turkey. We told them it's not possible to share all citizens' data with you. But they told us, if we don't collect this data, how can we stop them? So we try to empower individuals, because there's another way.
That's what really I mean. Yes, thank you very much. Why I ask you a question? In Russia, all this content blocking more than 10 years ago appeared with the reason of protecting children. Protecting children from drug abuse, protecting children from sexual abuse, protecting children from suicide propaganda. But actually, more than 10 years passed, and statistics says that there is no decline in crime drugs registered, no decline in children's suicide registered. Content blocking appears, then more surveillance appears, but nothing changes. That I ask my question. That maybe there is positive example of this. And again, when we're talking about security, when the government talking about security, they usually expel civil society from the discussions. Okay, it's security, we know better. But I think that's what we should reclaim, at least try to reclaim our possibility to talk on this. But maybe somebody have successful examples. I see representative of Finland civil society is here. Maybe you have some experience.
Well, I actually don't have, so I'm Tapani Tatmanen from Finland. I don't really have all that much to say, but on the whole in Finland these things mostly work. The dangers are simply that sometimes people seem to be too trusting that they work, and when something goes wrong they are not prepared. Also in the government that they kind of tend to believe that things will always work, and the data leaks happen, and there's not enough preparation for that kind of thing, but not so much, let's say, practical problems. Most of the time, it's only when things break, everybody panics. Oh, I guess that's enough.
Okay.
Hi there. My name is Florian Marcus. I'm from a company based in Estonia. I'm also doing my PhD on e-governance on the side. Seeing after our Finnish friends in the north spoke, I figured I might give some input from Estonia. So digital identity is, of course, compulsory in Estonia from birth till death. I would say there are two effects that we see. Number one, because we have two-factor authentication of not just knowledge factors like email or password or something, you make it easier for people to abuse your identity online, harder. And number two, also we have something called the data tracker, where in the government portal I can see almost every single time which government authority looks at what part of my data, when, and most importantly, why. And if there is something that I don't like about this, I go to the Data Protection Inspectorate and they will have to take a look at this. What is the reason why this system works relatively well is that we have once-only policy in Estonia, meaning that something like your name or your address or your date of birth can always only be stored by one authority within government. So it's not like 20 authorities are sitting on the same data set. It increases data quality as well, and it strengthens cybersecurity because, I mean, if I'm a hacker, I know that 20 authorities have my core data. 19 of the 20 authorities can do the best job in the world, but one does a mediocre job, and that's where I get all of your data, right? And because of the once-only principle, we sort of protect against that. It is not a perfect solution, but yeah, it's the good thing about it is that the public servants also know that citizens have the data tracker. So they are treating their privileged access to people's information with more care because they know that the citizens can see when they do stuff with their data.
Yeah, that's a great example. Could you also don't give away microphone.
Whoa, sorry.
Because I'm really glad that you are here.
Me too.
Because in Russia again we have state services portal that you can do a lot of things, but there is no data tracker. Or data tracker exists only for some ideas and some ones, and also sometimes people realize that their data have been used, exactly data which is stored as a state portal, but they can't find who did it actually. Yeah. And also there is no way to punish abuse because in some cases it's became known. For example, microcredit organizations sometimes request your credit history and only then people realize that the microcredit have been approved and start to roll it back. Or for example, people realize that they joined primaries of political party still existed. My question to you, Estonia is really good at this.
It's fun.
I know. And the people actually really trust their digital services. When I was in Estonia observing digital elections, a few years ago, I asked, okay, how can you trust your digital ID and so on? It might be abused, the government will steal it, or abuse, or politics, somebody will abuse it. They say, no, they will be punished, exactly what you said. So that's really strong trust which have been built through the years, but maybe you can remember what happens when this, how it happened when this digital service started to being approved. Was there something like multi-stakeholder discussions, expert discussions, how it was going that times, to bring us a good example?
I will do a small detour, but I will answer your question, I promise. Actually, I'll answer your question first. At the start, there was not so much multi-stakeholderism simply because that word didn't really exist at the time. So like late 1990s, early 2000s, when the first services were brought online, it didn't...
Word of multi-stakeholder does not even exist.
Yeah. And actually, in some sense of the word, I would say you need to decide very clearly what you make compulsory and where you leave multi-stakeholderism alive. Like as an example, Estonia made the decision everybody must have a digital identity. We can't create a sort of parallel society where some people are registered and some people are not, because ethically we can't, as I'm not government, but I used to be in government, we can't accept a situation where two people are having a heart attack on the street next to each other. One person, we have medical data, we can treat him, we know the blood group already, we already know when the last, I don't know, medical operation was, and the other person we can't help because there's no data. So, yeah, to have some standard level across the board, but then also to allow freedom once we have those standards approved. So for example, you can have different schools using different e-school systems. You can have different banks using different authentication portals and so on. So there's a lot of, there's a very strong ecosystem built on top of those basic credentials. And I think that's why it has flourished so nicely over the last 20 years.
But it's still, there are controls implemented which does not allow the system to be abused. Some authority to abuse it for bad.
Yes and no. So I'm not actually Estonian. I've been living in Estonia for the last 10 years. I'm German. And my historical experience says if government decides to go in the wrong direction, it will do whatever the hell it wants to do anyway. Especially if an authoritarian regime was democratically elected a couple of years ago. So there can't be a kill switch for all digital things to sort of self-explode the second that democracy is in danger or something. What I will say is you need strong rule of law, exactly what you said as well. If you have a rules-based system, usually it is strong enough to fight authoritarian influences from whatever side they may come. But when we look at some countries in the EU as well today, yeah, it can be eroded over the years.
Yeah, okay, thank you very much. Seems we can hear now our online participants. Let's try to, just a moment, I'll try to turn on mic for the participants who would like to speak. Unfortunately, we can hear you because I hear you from the Zoom on my device, but I can hear you in the headset. So maybe you can write your comment and we will read it. Okay, our colleague from Kyrgyzstan, please. Civil society, as I understand.
Thanks, Alexander. Yes, indeed.
Don't forget to introduce yourself, by the way.
Talan Sultanov from Kyrgyz Republic, co-founder of Internet Society Kyrgyz chapter. And I wanted to follow up on the Estonian example that we are using in Kyrgyzstan, Estonian X-Road interoperability platform. And a lot of government services are developed based on that. And that gives us peace of mind that it's not Kyrgyzstan solutions protecting our data, but it's actually Estonian solutions protecting our data. One case I wanted to bring, though, it's related to harmful content blocking. So in Kyrgyzstan, we blocked TikTok because of the harmful content kind of reasons. But what happened is that now people are starting to install VPNs to be able to continue accessing TikTok. And they are installing freeware. And oftentimes they are falling prey to virus programs which come with this VPN. So actually, as a result, people are not more protected, but they're now more vulnerable to kind of harmful things online.
So, but okay, you said this here now at Internet Governance Forum in Saudi Arabia. How do you deal with this issue in Kyrgyzstan? Do you reach your government saying, okay, you're doing wrong stuff? Or how it's, what's your actions in your country to deal with this a bit authoritarian actions in disabling TikTok?
So luckily in Kyrgyzstan we have active civil society, and the government does involve the civil society, private sector in discussions about internet governance. However, when it comes to issues related where there is a sentence national security, suddenly everything is blocked because immediately it becomes secret stuff, so no multi-stakeholder approach to that. And of course, when you say cybersecurity, the cybersecurity becomes part of national security. And the way around it has been that when we discuss cybersecurity, we say digital hygiene, digital resilience. So something that has no word cybersecurity, but talks about same issue, then civil society can be involved.
Okay, that's a really good example. I hope, in this case, Kyrgyzstan will go the better practices rather than worse practices from Russia. Okay,
so.
and again, please don't shy, please raise your hands, especially if in your country the dialogue happens and there is a really good example against Turkeying the data and the internet.
One more thing that I wanted to add real quick about the data tracker, because I said also in Estonia, we don't see all of the data being accessed, for example, when there is an ongoing investigation, which may or may not be lawful depending on which country you're in. So for example, in Estonia, when police looks at my address, I don't see it. Why? Because if I would see in the data tracker that police is looking at me, I might go. So in this case, police officer, like a specific police officer must apply for access to, or hidden access to people's data. That is then being approved or rejected. And if it is approved, then they can look at my data without me seeing it. But the second that the criminal investigation is over, with whatever consequence, it must be released to the person that was under investigation. So even if it turns out that I did commit a crime, I will still be given the access, like the log record basically, of who accessed what part of my data, when and why, because it must be used in court for both sides. So this is one more of those safeguards that, again, you can't see everything on the data tracker immediately, but at the end of the day you will. So this is really helpful.
Yeah, that's a really good example. I encourage everyone to talk about Estonia, how it happens. And again, rule of law working somehow, because in many countries we know that law may be written really, really good, but how it's being executed, and especially in this many cases, it might be really difficult. Okay, anyone else want to share experience or raise a question or an issue? Maybe somebody wrote a comment.
If not, I can talk about online voting in Estonia, because it was invoked earlier that nobody should trust elections online.
Well, we have not announced this on this session. I would like to talk with you on this topic. But again, Russia is really difficult case because kind of multi-stakeholder discussion was simulated to approve digital voting. But that's all a sad story about digitalizing some of the essential essential functionality leading to the fair state. So that's, for us, it's really painful story. But I know that, for example, in Germany, any electronic interference into the elections is prohibited by constitutional court. So if you can't count ballots or your votes without digital stuff, it's prohibited. So it's another story. It's completely opposite story. So please share your experience.
Good morning all. It's not sharing my experience, it's more asking a follow-up question to the gent before me.
But don't forget to introduce yourself.
My name is Christelle Onana. I'm working for the African Union Development Agency. It was just a quick one to him is, do you have the list of the entities that have, for the data tracker, do you have the list, do the citizen have a list of the entities where the data tracker is open to them? I don't know if you understand the question. Certainly the taxes, you know, do you?
Yes, so there's, in the state portal, there is a selection bar where you can, like there's basically a big list of registries where you can then say, oh, I want to see who looked at my data from the population registry or from my criminal record or something like that. So you can do it quite granularly, or you can just check all the boxes and see all of the data access. I will say one thing here. While that access is very good, it is not extremely user-friendly. Like, it's very easily accessible, but if I ask you, where is your medical data stored? It's very easy. You know it's the electronic health record, something like that. But if I ask you some more obscure data point, you may not know which authority holds that data right now. So like this is something where we can still make it easier and say, oh, any, like instead of specific registries, you could say any family-related data or any education-related data. So you can still make it more understandable for the end user, and that's where I think our government still has some work to do. And we as the private sector may or may not push them that way.
Yeah, private sector also have to be responsible and understand not to try to hoard data just for a case of possible monetization. So that if you don't have data, it could not be leaked or abused or something like.
And when you talk about multi-stakeholders, one thing that the government is usually pretty bad at is inclusion of user groups. But the good thing is that, so in Estonia, public-private partnership is extremely strong, and in every big tender, there will be a requirement. You must do user group research, testing, feedback, everything. So whenever there's like a new service being developed, just put that into your procurement as a baseline. That makes it easier for us as well, because then we have a better idea of what the users actually want, and we are forced to do it. So
it's a really good practice, but I know in my country the government could really easy emulate such groups, and well, you can meet some people from here. Okay, we are slowly closing our session. We already had 1 hour. Unfortunately, we were not able to let remote participants speak, and the beginning was a bit jammed. We also have not talked about the whole huge group of technologies, digital technologies like digital surveillance, not just corporate surveillance, but the security forces surveillance. We did not talk much. We talked.
Check, check. 1, 2. Hey. Check, check. Hello, hello.
Hello, hello, hello. Hi, hello, 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 hello.
Seems. It seems to be switched on, is it? I think so. Okay, cool. We have at least one working microphone. So, and we have a working transcribe as well. That is awesome. Whoever is doing that, thank you. We try to organize one or two last things, like our remote participants, before we start. So give us a minute or two. Thank you. Hello, Mallory. Hello, Karen. Can the two of you hear us? Oh, very good. Karen, you as well? Perfect. We try to organize one or two more things, and then we are ready to go. You are displayed on the screen, so everybody in the room can see you. And the three of us sitting basically left and right of you, so yeah, straight in the middle as if you would be here in person. Thanks for joining. Good afternoon. Thanks for joining the session about open standards. If you don't have the headset on, then now would be the right point to do so. And I guess we are ready to start. So, welcome to Open Standards. My name is Christian Kaufmann, and it is my pleasure today to moderate this session. Before we start and talk about it, we have basically four sections, 3 questions from my side, which the 4 panelists will comment and answer from their experience and their background. And then we have, if timing allows, time for some questions from the remote participants or from here in the room, and then we wrap up. So that's the plan for today. And with that, it is my pleasure to introduce our 4 panelists. The first one on my left side is Roman. Roman is the Deputy Chief Technology Officer at the Carnegie Mellon University Software Engineering Institute. He's currently serving as the Internet Engineering Task Force Chair and as a Director on the board of the IGF Administration LLC. Next to him, we have Sarah Jennings. Sarah is Internet Standard Lead at the Department for Science, Innovation and Technology at the UK government. In her role, she is responsible for leading the department's engagement at the ITF and W3C, advising on the impact of Internet and web standards on government policy initiatives. And she has previously been an advisor to the UK Parliament Selected Committee and the Government Chief's Scientific Advisor on the policy impacts on emerging technologies. Remote, we have 2 participants. Number 1 is Karen McCabe. She's a Senior Director of Technology Policy and Government Relationship at the EIII Standard Association and a global standards development body within the EIII, the world's largest technical professional organization. In this capacity, she leads efforts in engaging global initiatives aiming to foster collaboration between various stakeholders, including governments, industry, NGOs, and intergovernmental bodies. And last but not least, we have Mallory Knodel. She is the Executive Director of the SWF. She is a technology and human rights expert specialized in internet governance and digital policy. Mallory is active in the internet and emerging technical standards at the ITF, EIII, and the UN. Her background in computer science and civil society brings a unique perspective to the intersection of technology, policy, and human rights. And with that introduction, let's start part 1. The concept of open standards can be interpreted differently by various stakeholders due to the context in which it is used. It could mean accessibility of standards or participation, voluntary adoption, among other interpretations, and it can lead to a diverse understanding. I will start with Roman. The ITF is the premier internet standards organization behind many of the technical standards and protocols that are the foundation of the internet. What is your perspective on open standards?
Oh, sorry. Hi. Can folks hear me? Yes. Louder? Okay. Is that a little better? Christian, kind of thanks very much for having me on this panel, and this is really a great question because open standards can mean a lot of things to a number of different kind of parties, and I'm kind of curious to hear how my fellow panelists will kind of also answer that. I'm sorry, I'm being signaled that I can't be heard? I can hear you. You can hear me? Okay, I'm going to kind of continue. So from my perspective, broadly, open standards means 5 different principles and adhering to that. First, it's about having a well-defined process that's transparent, it's inclusive, and it makes decisions through rough consensus. The second kind of key principle is that it relies on a broad global community to develop those standards and make decisions on how those trade-offs occur based on their technical merit. Then after those standards are completed is really principle 3, that those standards are readily available for implementation to a broad community. And then recognizing that no standards organization can cover all the standards that need to be developed, and standards organizations need to work with each other to create large and interoperable kind of systems. And then lastly, the last principle is around those standards are now done, those standards are now being implemented. How does one judge success? And success is judged by their voluntary adoption. Now, as kind of given an introduction, I chair the Internet Engineering Task Force, which is the standards development organization for the Internet. And we implement those 5 principles in a little bit more of a specific kind of way, and I wanted to kind of talk quickly about that. First, it's this idea that everyone participates as an individual, and this means that everyone can come to the standards process and make contributions. We find that we have multi-stakeholder participation. A little more than half comes from the commercial sector, but the other half comes from government, civil society, and academia. The other thing we're kind of really keen on is recognizing that we need remote meetings and hybrid meetings. We don't want to make the ability to show up on site somewhere around the world as a barrier to participation in that standards process. So through that hybrid kind of mechanism, anyone can participate from around the world. And then crucially, we believe in radical transparency of our artifacts. All the proposals, all the final specifications, all the meeting minutes, agendas, mail archives going back decades are all publicly available on the internet, no login, for free for download. And then principally in those standards, as you review them, you'll notice that there's a focus not on building end-to-end solutions, but on building technology building blocks. So others can build on top of that and really enable the global permissionless environment that is the internet and has made it successful over the last several decades. Thanks.
Thank you a lot. Talking about hybrid, let's go to Karen. The IEEE celebrate its 140 years anniversary this year. It develops technical standards in various fields. Can you share with us your perspective on open standards? We do. Thank you, Karen. And next one, Mallory. Given your involvement in various standard organizations as well as your work on human rights, particular at the nexus of standards and technology, what are open standards through the lens of civil society? Thank you, Mallory. Sarah, governments actively participate and are also involved in relevant standards organization. From a government perspective, how do you view open standards?
Thanks, Christian, and likewise to echo my kind of fellow panelists, thank you so much for inviting me to take part in this panel. I'm going to take this off because I can hear myself. So you're right, the UK government in particular is very actively involved in a range of standards development organisations, including but not limited to ETI, the European Telecommunications Standards Institute, the IETF, the ITU and 3GPP.
And we're engaged and we do that because we think it's absolutely critical for government, but for all stakeholders to be involved in the standards process, to contribute and to kind of be engaged and to encourage the development of open standards. I think fellow panelists have touched on a lot of the kind of characteristics of open standards in terms of the process, in terms of the output, in terms of the scrutiny that kind of happens. I think if I could kind of sum it up, I would say open standards means that no one is de facto excluded from the process and from the output. I wanted to sort of slightly reframe the question and touch on, because government cares a lot about open standards, not just because of kind of the way that they are developed, but also because of what they enable and what they kind of mean for the wider sort of UK economy. So two elements of that. One is around competition. So crucially, we think open standards helps to encourage new entrants into markets, right? They serve as building blocks for further innovation. They mean that there is a fair, competitive market for implementations. They don't lock customers into a particular vendor, and they kind of mean that there is unrestricted competition between vendors and unrestricted choice for consumers. I think that's absolutely critical for enabling innovation and for enabling economic growth. And then the other element I think that open standards are crucial in enabling is interoperability, as Karen touched on, right? That particularly in the case of the internet, the open standards that underpin it have interoperability as the primary goal. You know, you can have several implementations in compliance with a single standard, and that enables scalability, stability, and resilience in the system, kind of three crucial elements of the internet that enables the global connectivity that we so rely on today. So I think we see open standards as absolutely invaluable, and we kind of are very happy to be involved and hope to continue being so.
Thank you, Sarah. With that, we move to part 2, where I can play a little bit devil's advocate. Why are open standards better than closed ones? What are the advantages of open standards compared to government or proprietary standards from large companies or vendors? And in what situation are they more beneficial? Are closed standard models more practical than open standards, which often involve lengthy discussions that can last for years? And with that one, I would like to give it first to Mallory.
Yeah, thanks for having me come in first on this one. I think it's important, especially for civil society, that these are open. Open doesn't necessarily mean accessible or affordable. You know, those, we can put that aside for one moment, because I wanted to spend my short time actually describing an example. So a lot of what civil society organizations have to do, because, you know, if we think of the 3 stakeholder groups, and I apologize to the technical community and academia for a moment, but if we think about governments, the private sector, and civil society really has no power, right? I mean, we might have people power, but we have no ability to change technology or to enforce laws. So it's just a lot of advocacy, right? And a lot of that, when you're then talking to companies, is direct corporate advocacy that often just happens behind closed doors, or and that's just the nature of it, right? These are products, these are relationships that have been built, and so if there are, you know, flaws in a technology or ways that civil society really thinks that you know, technology might need to change, we have no choice but to sort of do this either under NDA or other things. So what's wonderful about open standards is that you can now do this direct corporate advocacy in the light of day, in a way that's documented, in a way that is sort of, there's a record of it, so it's easier to refer back to things, to watch progress over time. I think everyone benefits from that. One example of this is some ongoing work in the Internet Engineering Task Force called the Detecting Unwanted Location Trackers work. So this is a tile or any kind of device you can buy that can track your things, but it can also be used to track people. And that has been in the press for a very long time, and trying to get the manufacturers of those technologies to understand the risk of stalking with those tiles was done with direct corporate advocacy, more or less, kind of behind closed doors and just through email and meetings and that sort of thing. Once that work, so one of the tactics that my organization at the time, the Center for Democracy and Technology, took in those meetings was to really suggest strongly that the manufacturers come to the IETF with these specifications for how to detect them if you don't want it tracking you. And they did so. And it's been really excellent to see the cooperation, the consensus building, the discussion all happening at the IETF. And very wonderfully, you can watch the meetings on YouTube because they're recorded. You can subscribe to the mailing list to read the discussion, and you can read the specification and even potentially change it if you have a particular use case or an experience. The other thing I really love about that work is that they've appointed as one of the chairs of the working group an actual person from a most affected community. So the one of the staff people at the National Network to End Domestic Violence in the United States is co-chairing that working group with someone from the IETF. So it's just a wonderful example, and I think we should see more of that. I hope. Thanks.
Thank you, Mallory. Sarah.
I found a really good quote from Tim Berners-Lee. Many people, I'm sure, sort of will often find these kind of tidbits of valuable information from him. But it was that the decision to make the web an open system was necessary for it to be universal.
Sorry.
All right, thanks, Adam. I'll start again. The decision to make the web an open system was necessary for it to be universal. You can't propose that something be a universal space and at the same time try to keep control of it. And I think universality and globality cannot happen without open standards, that we can't really have the internet that we have today without them. One element that I want to kind of narrow down on, and Mallory was touching on this, is who is involved in the standards work. So within UK government, we're strong advocates of the multi-stakeholder, industry-led model for the development of digital technical standards. And we want to ensure that they deliver for all by advocating a greater diversity of involvement throughout the whole standards development process. So that means a wide variety of perspectives. That means operators, vendors, consumer groups, it means civil society groups, engaging on all of the issues that are being considered within SDOs. But that also is valuable for itself, it's valuable for the process, but it's valuable to get the kind of best quality technical outcome. For UK government, what that means in practice, we model multi-stakeholder delegations to standards development organisations, and we're also supporting efforts to widen and improve the talent base in standards development organisations from UK companies. We work directly with multi-stakeholder SDOs, and we prioritise open standards in our procurement. And we're also committed to better understanding the barriers that might be faced for people engaging in standards development organisations and kind of considering how those should be addressed. We recognise that openness isn't a binary state. It exists on a spectrum, and it's something that is kind of constantly needs to be worked towards. We generally support standards being developed in the organisation that has the kind of requisite technical competence and capability to be able to do that, whether that's IEEE for Ethernet, for example, or 3GPP for the next generation of mobile standards. And we encourage each of these bodies to kind of pursue openness and to the greatest degree possible within their inputs and their processes, noting that there kind of might be constraints in the way that they operate. But ultimately, I think it comes down to open standards are valuable because everyone can get involved, and that is not a given for closed standards.
Thank you, Sarah. Roman.
So Sarah and Karen have already, I think, really eloquently talked about some of the key advantages of open standards. About it accelerates innovation, it encourages competition, and it reduces cost. So I want to pick at a slightly kind of different dimension of this to really say, when you have something like the internet, which is rapidly evolving and it has a tremendous number of stakeholders, the only way you can approach standardization is you have to make it open, because that's the only way you're going to ensure that you have all of the necessary stakeholders participating. And a little bit in the setup of the question, I also kind of heard this idea of, well, aren't closed standards to a certain degree kind of faster? And the way I would volley really back to that is, when you consider the societal scale and the societal impact of kind of the internet, being to the market first or kind of fastest is really only one of the many dimensions you need to trade off when you work with a large multi kind of stakeholder community. one of the real critical advantages, back to the idea of having so many stakeholders of this open process, is that you get broad and diverse reviews from all the different communities. This is a little bit what Sarah was talking about. You get global experts, not from just one particular community. You get the technical experts, you get the private sector, you get governments, you get civil society, as Mallory was talking about, you get academia. And my belief is that when you bring together all of those experts, you actually end up with a higher quality of standard that really ultimately stands the test of time in implementation and adoption, and drives the digital economy and scales to the needs and the diversity that happens across the internet. Back to the idea of kind of examples, I want to drill a little bit, into kind of two examples of where the ITF, that's sometimes perceived as just kind of the technical community, but in fact is quite multi-stakeholder, took that input into the organization and it dramatically changed the standardization activity. So that first example is around TLS, which is one of the most widely deployed protocols to secure everything from websites to mobile apps, healthcare data, and kind of financial services data. We had a very heavy participation from academia that came to that specification, and they brought a particular expertise called formal verification, which is using mathematical models to prove the security properties of protocols. In this case, they took it to TLS. And it turns out their contribution was phenomenal because they found flaws in the design. And because the academic community was participating as a first-class stakeholder and was able to discover that, bring that to the standards process, the protocol was able to be revised, and by the time it shipped, it was more secure from the start, because in the absence of that participation from academia, there would have been latent vulnerabilities in the specification, which would have resulted in latent vulnerabilities in the products that implemented it. And the other example I just want to repeat, because it also is fantastic, is the one that Mallory mentioned, which was the ongoing work that the IETF was doing around standardizing detection of unwanted tractors, as kind of Mallory kind of framed really their implication for intimate partner kind of violence because of their ability to use for stalking. Compositionally, the technical community and largely the government also did not have the domain expertise in those technologies. It was those gender-based violence experts coming to the IETF that really educated the technical community, the commercial sector, and governments on the requirements and the threat models around that, and those became requirements that the entire SDO is now engineered kind of for. And so just to reiterate what I said, kind of what Sarah has said, bringing together all of those experts as equal participants in the process leads to higher quality standards, and that's exactly what we want when we field for something as broad, as impactful as the internet. Thanks.
Thank you, Roman. Karen, why are open standards better than closed ones?
Thank you. That's an interesting question. And from being in the standards space for a few decades now, and of course working for the organization that I'm with, IEEE, we do advocate and prefer, I would say maybe we prefer open standards. But I would have to say, just to add a few dimensions, to the discussion we're having on this particular question, I think there are various forms of standardization, right? And they actually serve. One way of looking at it is various purposes. And I'm just going to sort of add another dimension here, right? So, one way of looking at it is often, there's a need for stability. And I think that is provided by, the arena of formal standards bodies such as, IEEE and, those open processes that we have, right? But, other things that we haven't really touched upon so far in our conversation is, there's also sometimes a need for addressing or coping with really fast change. And we didn't really bring into the conversation the role of consortia or alliances, which might be viewed as more closed or proprietary. So, there's a role for that as well. And sometimes, standards, or what really would be called a specification, might be developed in a consortia or alliance. And then there's a sort of a broader need to bring that to the more of a global market. So then they go into more formal standards bodies like IEEE, but there is, sort of a role for that. And, not that necessarily saying that open source is a form of, standards body, but, then there's also that connection to standardization and open source and that, that level of community involvement. So, it's an interesting question, because I think, there are these various types of processes and organizations developing standards. I would say, overall, they need to sort of work together in a way. We talk about interoperability. It's like these various systems of standards probably need to be interoperable as well, right? We look at, really this emerging standardization need, when we think of such mega systems. One way of looking at, like when we think about these growing digital platforms, all these different components and dimensions that we're addressing, from 6G and beyond, when we think about connected persons, e-health, mobility, the future of mobility, right? The groups within each of those I guess, areas or arenas of how they develop standards, formal standards bodies, open standards bodies, consortia, whatever, they really need to effectively work together, right? We're going to look at how we're going to achieve the public good character of standards through open systems, right? So one way I would say to accomplish this, open standardization could be preferred compared to closed proprietary solutions. But sometimes the road to an open standard might be through a proprietary way as well, and then it gets into an open standard, just to kind of put that into context here. I think open standards really provide the development of a unified digital ecosystem. All this technology and digital transformation, doesn't really stand alone. And I think when we think about it through the lens of compatibility and interoperability, openness is really going to be the foundation for the technology that needs to interoperate and match, the needs and the future that we're looking to have here, right? So how we do sustain the growth of these complex systems in these digital domains really requires a consensus and an agreement on how it's going to work. And I think this is really where open standards can serve such a significant purpose for the various reasons my colleagues have noted here, from the level of multi-stakeholderism, various voices, diversity of opinions, and insights. That level of expertise really coming into the standards development process and developing a standard is so critical, because then you sort of get the best output, if you will, when you think about that. So I think that's where open standards might sort of stand above, if you will, proprietary standards. But again, just to note that there are reasons for proprietary standards and driving factors in the market and whatnot, that they do have their role. Just to kind of push back a little bit on that, but I'll end there. But just wanted to add those other dimensions. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, Karen. The IGF sometimes get criticized a little bit that there's a lot of fluffy talk and not particularly concrete this week. So I want to counter that a little bit. And with my next question, we have already heard some examples, especially from Roman, where open standards worked very well. But I want to dive still a little bit deeper into that. So what are examples where open standards worked well, and why did they work well? Can we start with you, Sarah?
Absolutely. So I think one element of open standards that we sort of touched on a little bit as to their benefit is that because they're kind of generally freely or available at kind of very low price, they're extremely valuable in terms of promoting widespread uptake of a particular behavior or implementation of a standard. And that's particularly the case for SMEs, small and medium enterprises, for whom cost can be a relatively significant barrier. And I wanted to give an example of a piece of work that happened in ETSI, the European Telecommunications Standardization Institute. And this was actually started by the predecessor department to my department, the Department for Culture, Media and Sport. And what happened was recognizing an issue with IoT devices, that IoT devices could often be relatively insecure by design. Despite their kind of their ubiquity within the home, they were kind of making people's lives enjoyable and easier. They were also exposing people to a great degree of kind of threat and insecurity. And the department came up with a code of practice for consumer IoT security, a sort of set of best principles that should be implemented at the design stage to ensure that IoT was secure. So just to give a very basic example of how that manifested, it meant either not setting the default password as admin and username admin, or requesting that users change the password on the kind of first use of the device. A really simple change that kind of was designed to bolster the security of the devices. And the identifying that there kind of was no relevant global standard that was addressing that issue, the department, in conjunction with the National Cybersecurity Centre, which is the UK Centre of Expertise in Cybersecurity, decided to introduce the work item into ETSI. And this led to a standard being published in 2019 and then kind of was transferred into a European standard in 2020. And that now underpins the security requirements I've got a list here for consumer IoT in the UK, but also has had widespread international adoption and underpins the domestic schemes in Australia, Finland, Germany, India, Singapore, and Vietnam. And DCIT, the kind of successor department, is continuing work on that and continuing to update the code of practice. But from the start, that work was sort of framed in the context of open standards. We saw a need and a gap within the security landscape and brought it to ETSI to be able to get their technical competence and their wide range of stakeholders. ETSI it's a global open organization, and that was crucial for getting widespread visibility of the standard across a range of different countries. And then finally, it's freely available, right? Which means that manufacturers are much more able to ensure that their products are secure by design. So I think that's one example of where open standards can be really helpful in terms of promoting best practice and good behavior.
Perfect, thank you. Karen, do you have an example for us?
Yes, I do. Yeah, it's an interesting question. Thank you for it. It's, I guess, how we want to define, what worked well, what does that mean, and what didn't work well, from an open standards perspective and, sort of through the lens of the other components of open standardization. When we think about market-driven, bottom-up standardization, one way of looking at it could be that, if it didn't work well, could be that it was maybe before the market was ready for it, sort of a standard before its time, right? Because the adoption of standards, is really by the market or the end users. And and sometimes standards are very, very niche as well. So if we're defining work well by, a limited amount of adoption, it could just be such a niche industry, but it's very needed and it's very practical. So just, wanted to add that into the mix here as we're discussing, what, when it comes to work well or didn't work well. From a worked well kind of perspective, just probably should come to no surprise. I'll talk a little bit about the IEEE 802.11 wireless or Wi-Fi standard. This is a standard that basically then evolved to a family of standards. So just to note, standards are living documents per se. It sort of doesn't come out into the world and just sits there. It's innovated upon onto itself. Things in technology, market drivers, whatnot change. So the standards and the people developing those standards really always have to pay attention to it and update it and revise it. And though all that kind of comes along with this very complex standardization process. But the 802.11 wireless or the Wi-Fi standard really, just to set stage, I'm sure everyone here is probably familiar with this. That really defines protocols for wireless local area networks, and it really kind of came onto the scene in the mid 1990s, and has been greatly regularly updated based on those evolving needs that I mentioned. When you think about higher speeds, improved security, support for more devices, and how spectrum is evolving and whatnot. But the success also and what's working well is sort of also aligned with how that standard is being maintained and updated as well, just to throw that in here. Back to the 802.11, the wireless standard, I think we all, as we're sitting here with connected devices and Wi-Fi and being able to do our work remotely and schooling remotely and all the amazing things it really has enabled this sense of global interoperability where devices from different manufacturers can connect seamlessly because they adhere to this standard. Has enabled tremendous innovation, allowing companies from all sizes to innovate, spurring a broad ecosystem of devices and applications and services that are reliant on Wi-Fi and that enable a lot of what we experience today. It really helped ensure scalability right through that iterative process and updates to really kind of keep meeting those growing needs and demands from smart homes to enterprises, smart cities, and beyond. And I think we've touched upon this when we think about the impact of standards as well. It really has helped when it's that ubiquitous reduced development costs. And we did another speaker to talk about avoiding, sort of that vendor lock-in situation as well, and it's really helped avoid that as well. Really making Wi-Fi basically accessible and generally affordable for consumers because it's so widely deployed around the world. And the success factor there is really it has become sort of the de facto standards for wireless networking. So that process of how that standard was developed early on in the 1990s, meeting the needs of the evolving market and how it was used as building blocks, if you will, for innovation and how it's been maintained. Really is kind of a great, I would call a case study. So, sort of what works well in open standards. But thanks for the question.
Thank you, Karen. It's funny. That Wi-Fi wasn't the first one coming to my mind, but now as you talked about it, I take it so for granted and it's so natural, but it is such an awesome example for something every one of us uses. So, Mallory, do you have an example for us?
I do, and it's such a perfect setup because mine is about the 802.11 group, but a really specific change. So let me start first by saying before I got involved in standards, I was working at the Association for Progressive Communication, and I, with a background in education and technology and science, was doing digital security trainings for journalists, human rights defenders, community members most at risk, teaching them how to use PGP email and other kinds of things that are really hard to do. We don't have to do them so much anymore because things have changed. And what was so compelling to me about standards was that instead of kind of going one by one to fix the security issues that people are facing, you could actually just change the way the technology worked for everyone all over the world. Like that to me was so refreshing, and provided just such a value proposition for why civil society should get engaged. So, folks still need to clean up their digital security, especially if they're most at risk. I don't have to tell folks in the room this. But that, getting involved in standards could potentially change things for everyone. So the example I have in 802.11, which I don't have to go into explaining what that is. Thank you, Karen and Christian. There was a change. So when I worked with someone named Amelia Andersdotter, who was following the 802 groups, and she started working on this draft specification in the Wi-Fi standard so that routers would, by default, randomize MAC addresses, the MAC addresses of the devices that connected to it. So MAC randomization was a feature that existed, but you had to turn it on. So just to describe why this is important, if you travel in airports, which all of you do, if you go to the same coffee shops over and over again, the wireless infrastructure in those places could potentially track you over time because every device you have has a unique identifier. And when you authenticate to the wireless network, previous to this change, you would be giving over that unique identifier in order to get on the network. So specifying the Wi-Fi standard to randomize that, to obfuscate that unique identifier by default, changes the security for everyone potentially. So this change goes into all of the consumer routers that are on shelves all over the world. It goes into sort of every place over time. So this is one example. I know it seems like such an incremental, tiny change, but that had human rights implications and had digital security implications, which is something I knew very well from working on the ground with people most affected by things like this, seemed like really incredible. And so it's a minor example, but to me, it's a foundational example.
Perfect. Thanks a lot. Roman, you already touched on one or two, but do you have another one or one?
I do have another one. So if everyone just remembers back a couple of years where we had the COVID pandemic, I can't think of a more transformational set of kind of technology that saw widespread kind of adoption impacting education, kind of the way governments operate, medicine, and frankly, just staying connected with our loved ones. Then all that video conferencing applications, almost overnight, we started integrating daily into our workflows. That underlying protocol used by different services, to include the one that's streaming kind of this kind of right now, bringing things to billions of users, was an IETF developed protocol called WebRTC. This wasn't the first time that there was audio video kind of technology. Previously, it was restricted to expensive appliances in corporate kind of settings, or perhaps it was unreliable things kind of on the desktop. And so what the standardization around WebRTC in the IETF animated was ensuring that technologies work at scale and on the diversity of the kind of the internet. There was focus on interoperability of just a mobile device, a laptop device, a hardware kind of device, new models, kind of old models, just kind of web browsers, and also being sensitive to the fact that the internet, the quality of kind of internet connectivity with latency and bandwidth varies all around the world, and it needs to work in all of those different kind of constraints. And if you also look at the specifications of all those drafts, it's about 40 to 50 documents. It goes back to what we've been talking about before. It takes a huge village of experts to do it. You see authors from big tech service providers, you see equipment manufacturers, you see open source, academia, and civil society all as primary authors on the draft, because that's what it takes to cover the diversity of use cases that is ultimately the internet. And one we haven't talked so much about, but Karen has kind of mentioned, because certainly the IETF and the IEEE work together. This was a case where we worked in the IETF with the World Wide Web Consortium, the W kind of 3C, also kind of as well. So, I mean, plenty of examples to talk about, but I'll really kind of stop there. Thanks.
Thank you. We are behind time as a... no, it works again. We are behind time, as I was already told. Nevertheless, do we have a question? Martin has one, a quick one.
For the sake of time, thank you. This works. Okay, thank you. Well, you don't have to convince me for open standards, so I'm fully in. If we talk about people who talk about open standards more policy level, the concerns are that permissionless innovation is often misunderstood. So maybe good to say, to be more clear on that, permissionless innovation doesn't mean everything goes. And the other thing is the capture, and by certain parties, governments or big business. And you've been dealing with that over time as well. Can you say a little bit more about how you're going to avoid that this is going to be a problem and that it's going to be better understood?
I mean, I'll respond to the permissionless innovation. I mean, you're exactly right. It doesn't mean anything goes. Permissionless innovation in this particular case means that when a standards organizations, whether it's the, I mean, I'll speak for the IEEE or the kind of the IETF puts out a standard, you don't need to go ask them to use those building blocks to make new kind of applications and kind of innovate what's ultimately possible. And then I think to answer kind of quickly, and then I'll turn it over to the rest of the panelists, relative to kind of capture, this is one of the reasons why the IETF operates on the principle everyone's an individual, and everyone from all manners of kind of contribution can come to the organization, and that's primarily the mitigation. In addition to that, and the rough consensus process that we follow, very similar to what the IEEE follows.
Thank you. Do other panelists have something to add as well?
I could jump in.
Please.
I can't see if Sarah had.
No, go ahead.
Okay. Well, thanks. No, I think this is important where policy comes in. So we have a problem with really consolidated markets because really huge tech companies, particularly in the US, haven't been regulated enough. And so that spills into the standards process. I think this has also a sort of feedback loop happening. I will just reflect that I think sometimes the major tech companies don't have interesting enough problems, which I think is too bad, right? There are small community networks, there are small businesses, as Sarah brought in earlier, that have more interesting problems, but their solutions and their standards are not, or their ideas are not really getting heard. And I think that that's an unfortunate side effect of this. And I also think that it's self-reinforcing because sometimes you get solution standards architectures that preference cooperation between big companies and don't. And this is essentially kind of boils down to like a network neutrality kind of violation, which for all the really interesting principles and architectural principles in the IETF is not really codified or explicitly addressed. I think maybe the permissionless innovation is like the easiest one to point to, but that's also an oversight. And I think for like to revive and really lean into net neutrality could be somewhat of a solution to this problem, although not like a perfect one, because it takes kind of everyone to solve this hugely consolidated market issue.
Thank you. Sarah?
I guess the kind of comment I wanted to make was going back to my first answer about the idea that open standards means that no one is de facto like eliminated from the process. And I think open standards could be interpreted as a sort of completely laissez-faire approach to standards development. But I think in reality, how it functions and how each of the institutions, each of the standards development organizations operates is to have governance mechanisms in place to either enable particular individuals to contribute. And sometimes that means kind of making sure that there's not an overarching dominance of particular voices within a conversation. So for example, I'm going to speak in Roman's turf, but the IETF has limitations on the number of individuals from a particular company who can serve on the IAB, right? You can't have more than 2 people from one particular company. And that's a guard against that kind of dominance that you described. So yes, there can be loud voices in a room, but I think it's incumbent upon all SDOs to implement the kind of governance processes and cultures that mean that people can contribute where they have things to say.
Thank you. We slowly have to wrap up. We're coming to an end. Nevertheless, I want to give every panelist 1 minute to give us their takeaway about open standards. What should people here in the room take away? Or a summary of the parts you said. Can we start with Karen?
Gee, thanks. Well, first of all, again, a big thank you. For me, I just think, especially as we're grappling with unintended consequences of technology, new technologies really rapidly advancing, open standards are going to remain a very, very critical pillar of that ecosystem, but also noting, that there are other aspects, if you will, of open source and proprietary standards, if you wanted to find them coming out of consortia, and how we need to keep an eye on how this, we'll need to interoperate, I guess, so that we can meet the challenges that might be in front of us.
Thank you. Mallory?
Yeah, I think I'm the only one who hasn't weighed in on this question of closed standards versus open standards. I just didn't address it on my comments, but I think it's important from the perspective of civil society because I also work in the ITU. We haven't really talked about that very much, but it is, I think, maybe people would trouble the idea that it's closed. I certainly think it is. You can't look at the documents or the mail reflector unless you are a member of a delegation or an observer member. And I think what I want to say is that what you get between the two, the major difference for me and in my situation is you don't get civil society, but you get plenty of industry. So a lot of country delegations are comprised of national industry, and they're part of the delegation. So you kind of get both. So you could, and the ITU does, like do a fair amount of standardization. What you don't get is you don't get a lot of observers. You don't get civil society on delegations, and you don't get a lot of then sort of large groups, like the, Office of the High Commissioner of Human Rights or other kinds of groups that would ostensibly be interacting with that process like you could have in something that is truly multi-stakeholder. So I guess that sometimes can be a question at the IGF. There's a lot of participants that are very active, very keen from governments. I think that would just be a sort of message there that we should be pushing these more closed multilateral bodies to become more multi-stakeholder. And I think the best argument we have is that the internet works because the multi-stakeholder standards organizations work.
Perfect. Thank you. Roman?
Mallory ended it the way I would have. The internet has worked for many decades and it connected billions of people through its open standards and multi-stakeholder approach. With so many different stakeholders and such high stakes, it is the only way to proceed and continue.
Sarah?
And I guess my comment would be that openness is not a destination. It's something that continually needs to be sort of maintained and forged, and it's incumbent for kind of all groups to be involved in standards development. It's incumbent upon all organizations to work to make their work open as possible. So openness, not a single place. It's something to kind of keep advocating for, and I hope that people here have kind of seen the value of open standards.
Thank you. The title of the session was "The Future of the Internet is Built on Open Standards." And there wasn't a question mark behind, but I think after that meeting, hopefully for everyone, there is an exclamation mark behind that sentence. Thanks a lot for joining, and wish you an awesome week. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks to the panelists again. Thanks for dealing with the technology. That's why it's called the Technical Day, because they sort out all the technical issues before they start.
Zoom wasn't even working. I'm like, what's going to happen if it's just the half of us?
Thanks a lot to the two of you. I will take the liberty to Thank you. It was a pleasure. I hope I haven't confused someone. I confused with the order. I think Mallory didn't look at the updated sheet again because
I appreciate the preparation beforehand. Yeah, it's very helpful. Yeah. Cool. Excellent. See you around. Yeah, we'll see you around. Yeah.
Assalamu alaikum. Hello. Hello. Assalamu alaikum. Hello.
Hi everyone, I'm just doing a sound check. Can those in the room just give me a thumbs up if you can hear me? Thank you very much. Someone could hear me. Thank you, everyone. I just want to do a quick sound check with those who are online, because we've got some speakers online as well. So I just want to check whether Felicia and Joss, who are online, whether you can hear us. So if you could maybe give a gesture or speak, that'd be great. Felicia, we're unmuting you. Can you speak now?
Yeah, I can speak now. Can you hear me?
We can hear you, Felicia. Great. And Joss, could you, we're going to unmute you as well. Could you speak? Joss, you're still on mute. We're going to unmute you.
Oh, yeah. Can you
perfect.
hear me?
We can hear you as well. Brilliant. So I think we are probably, I think we've got enough people in the room and colleagues online. So let's start. Salam alaikum to everyone. Good afternoon. It's a real pleasure to be hosting you for this event on multi-stakeholderism and internet shutdowns. I will be chairing this panel today. My name is Kambor Saimbor. I am head of the Democratic Governance and Media Freedom Department in the UK Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Office. I will quickly go through and introduce our panel members. I'll say a few words and then hand over to my colleagues to also say a few words. And then we hope that we're going to have a interactive session. And please come forward with some questions. We hope that there will be a good half an hour or so available for everyone to actually come in. So I'll just go and introduce those panel members. So I'm pleased to say that we've got Felicia Antonio from Access Now, the Keeping On campaign manager. Felicia, do you want to say hello to everyone?
Hi, everyone.
Brilliant.
Good to join you today. Thank you. Come back.
Great. I'm also pleased that we've got Joss Wright from the Oxford Internet Institute at Oxford University from the UK. Joss, would you like to say hello?
Hello, pleased to be here.
Brilliant. And in the room together, we've got Alexandria Walden from Google. Alex, over to you.
Got it. Okay.
Perfect.
Hi. Thank you for inviting us to be part of the session today. I'm Alex Walden. I lead human rights at Google.
Brilliant. And last but not least, we've got Scott Campbell from UNOHCHR. Scott, over to you.
Hi, Scott Campbell, leading the work on tech and human rights at the UN Human Rights Office based in Geneva.
Brilliant. Well, to start the session off, really, I'll say a few remarks. If there's anything I hope you do take away from our session, there are three main messages from me. One is to emphasize the importance of the multi-stakeholder approach. Second is just to talk about the importance of trying to stop internet shutdowns. And finally, just a word on some of the ways in which we can try and prevent shutdowns and the impact that they may have. Firstly, internet shutdowns. I'm conscious I'm in a room where a lot of you are much more technical than I am. From my perspective and the UK's perspective, we are taking a broad approach to internet shutdowns. What that means, you've got a spectrum of activity from one end, which might be classified as a technical shutdown, whereby you can have no access at all to the internet. But then there are a number of other measures in place as well, where, for example, you can have efforts which are aimed at throttling the internet, whereby you can have almost some sort of access, but for all intents and purposes, that access deprives you of the ability to be online. From our perspective, that type of activity is a significant impediment to a free and open interoperable internet, but also it has a significant real-world impact on the lives of people across the world. All of you can imagine, and I'm sure all of you know, what type of impact this could have. It could affect what you might categorize as farmers in the developing world who require and need access to climate data to ensure that they've got the best information available to maximize the yields that they are trying to extract. It can affect a citizen who wants to partake in the democratic process and is unable to express their views online. It might affect a business who needs the ability to access their financial services online quickly and they can't do that. Or it might affect an individual who needs to charge up their electronic car and they can't do that. So all of those type of impacts can have real world impediment to the ability of people to actually carry out their lives. Unfortunately, internet shutdowns are increasing in their prevalence. We are seeing more and more countries who are resorting to internet shutdowns. Access Now have reported a 41% rise of internet shutdowns from 2022. From the UK's perspective, we have been championing the right for this. We have been championing the policy change whereby states no longer shut the internet down. We are arguing that this has a not only significant impact on democratic context, but also most recently in the situation of Bangladesh, it's been reported that the shutdown there during the summer resulted in almost $300 million loss of GDP. So we have been using our G7 presidency in 2021 to argue that this is an important issue and states should refrain from doing so. We're proud to be chairing the Task Force on Internet Shutdowns from the Freedom Online Coalition, and we've been using that for the last 2 years to come up with a number of measures to highlight the importance of this issue. In particular, we have come up with a statement through the FOC on the importance of keeping the internet on in the context of elections. We also, with UNESCO, on the last year's International Day for Universal Access to Information, we came up with the Oxford Statement, which underlined the importance of digital connectivity to both issues around development, but also democracy. And last but not least, we are using our platform here at the IGF as Task Force Internet Shutdowns to highlight this issue. My final comment on all of this is that clearly this is a significant issue, but most importantly, all the measures I've just described, they couldn't have happened without the multi-stakeholder approach. You know, through the FOC, we're proud that we've got colleagues that are represented from academia, private sector, government, civil society coming together. Through the drafting of the election statement on shutdowns, we brought together the multi-stakeholder community, and I know from first-hand experience that diversity of views made that final product much more effective. And also, when we went about the Oxford Statement, we had representatives from over 60 to 80 different organizations, all part of that multi-stakeholder approach, who were able to highlight the importance of this. So a few framing comments from me, but now let me pass on to our panelists to also express their views on this. So I might just start off with Felicia. Felicia, can you talk a little bit more about the key trends you're seeing in 2024 around shutdowns and some of the challenges you foresee insofar as trying to take a collaborative approach? Over to you, Felicia.
Thank you so much, Kumba. And yeah, definitely I can speak to what we are seeing. I come bearing not so much of good news. And just before I jump into that, just to mention that for those who are not familiar with the Keep It On campaign and coalition, this is a global coalition that is dedicated to fighting internet shutdowns around the world since 2016. And it's currently has over 330 civil society organizations as members. We track internet shutdowns, we advocate against them, we raise awareness, and we work with diverse stakeholders, including governments, regional and international bodies like the UN, the EU, the African Union, the Freedom Online Coalition, as Kanba mentioned, industry players, journalists, researchers, among others, to push back against internet shutdowns. So we track shutdowns looking at the triggers, which simply triggers are incidents that are likely to get a government to impose a shutdown. And our focus is on deliberate disruptions to the internet, complete shutdowns, throttling, as well as targeting the social media platforms or digital platforms. And so what we've seen over the years since we started documenting shutdowns is that protests, exams, elections, conflicts, major triggers of internet shutdowns. In 2023, unfortunately, conflict was the main trigger of shutdowns, where we saw 74 shutdowns recorded in 9 countries in times of conflict. And then protest was the second highest of 63 shutdowns in 15 countries. And then we've also seen governments disrupting internet during school exams. And then elections is also an area where governments are likely to disrupt internet access. So for 2024, we are currently working on our annual database, and we've already seen approximately over 270 shutdowns in 40 plus countries globally. And the countries are likely to be more. And if that is the case, we're going to see the highest number of countries where we've documented shutdowns in a single year. And that is not good news. The number of shutdowns are also likely to be really high. But these figures would be finalized early next year when we release our annual reports. And so this, of course, underscores a worrying trend that shutdowns are spreading, increasingly becoming a go-to tool by both repressive and democratic countries. In 2024, we've also already documented 7 shutdowns in new countries that have never imposed internet shutdowns. In 2024, we've seen countries including Comoros, El Salvador, Guinea-Bissau, France disrupting TikTok in New Caledonia, Malaysia and Mauritius, as well as Thailand disrupting or imposing internet shutdown. And in that case, we've also seen 2 members of the Freedom Online Coalition, that is Kenya and France, resorting to the use of internet disruptions. Another worrying trend we are seeing is the deliberate use of cross-border shutdowns. That is countries imposing shutdowns across borders in around the globe. And this is really, really concerning for us as civil society. And so just looking at these trends have indicated some of the challenges is the fact that we are seeing big democracies also resorting to the use of shutdowns. And so it really makes our advocacy work difficult. And so I think it's important for us to continue to hold each and every government that shuts down the internet to account so that we can push back confidently and effectively against internet shutdowns. We've also seen that conflict-related shutdowns is really becoming a big problem, which means that this has implications on, for instance, delivery of humanitarian aid during conflicts. And we are also looking at what alternative sources of connectivity can be provided during conflict to sustain or to ensure that the internet is still or remains open and secure for people, as well as the humanitarian organizations that are operating on the ground. As Kampa, you mentioned, having the international community support civil society advocacy is really crucial. And so, for instance, the statement that the FOC put out prior to the 2024 elections, which where we've seen that 2024 was declared the year of elections, was really important for our work, and we continue to use this in our advocacy and engagement with governments under our Election Watch initiative. In 2024, the African Commission on Human and People's Rights also adopted a resolution which recognizes the importance of internet connectivity to the realization of free, fair, and credible elections. And so this was also really timely for our advocacy against internet shutdown. And then prior to some of these milestones, we've also seen governments such as Nigeria, the Democratic Republic of the Congo, and Sierra Leone making commitments to keep the internet on during elections in their respective countries. And beginning of the year, we also saw Bangladesh in January making similar commitments to keep the internet on. I mentioned Mauritius as one of the new countries that have disrupted internet access. And if you may be aware, in November, the authorities issued an order to shut down social media until after elections. And this was like 10 days or so before elections. And this was really shocking. Mauritius had never disrupted internet access, and we all recognize that it's been rated as a free country. And so seeing a country like that imposing shutdowns and even attempting to have the shutdown in place for over 2 weeks was really concerning. And so following backlash from civil society and also engagement with diverse stakeholders, we got the authorities to reverse the shutdown. So it was lifted after 24 hours, and the people went to the polls on November 10, which opened and access to secure internet throughout the electoral processes. So these are some of the cases or trends we've seen so far in 2024. I will pause here and hopefully we can have time for questions and discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Felicia. Some worrying trends there that you've highlighted, but I'm also conscious you concluded with some positive examples as well, where countries have committed to keep the internet on and where the multi-stakeholder approach has helped in terms of advocacy and accountability. Shall we move on to Joss Wright? Joss, if I can bring you in here, could you talk a little bit more about how a much more data-driven approach to this particular challenge can help us to navigate this challenge and maybe come up with better policy approaches? Joss, over to you.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm really sort of pleased to follow on from what Felicia's just said. And what I want to do in the spirit of talking about this in a multi-stakeholder sense is in the context of a lot of internet governance, multi-stakeholderism traditionally is more about representing the voices of the different people who are being affected by different sort of effects and policies that are going on. But I think there's an interesting shift in perspective on multi-stakeholderism when we are, as a group, trying to address a problem that is fairly universally recognized as a problem. And I think that what I'd like to represent from the perspective of academia here is a form of multi-stakeholderism that isn't so much about hearing all of our voices, but drawing on the perspectives we have in our solutions and our approaches and our abilities to provide some input to resolving the problem. And I think I'd sort of working in this area as an academic with the limitations of academia, I really see that every group that is working in this area, we've got representation from civil society, we've got academia, we've got business, we've got policymakers. Each one has their particular sort of strengths and their particular abilities to affect change in an interesting way. But each has its sort of flip side, its set of weaknesses. And I'm not going to go into too much detail on all of them because I'll just end up insulting all the amazing work that people are doing in the room. But there is this element of, civil society has got the positive advantage of being on the ground and very sort of solution focused, working directly to reduce the impacts of things like internet shutdowns. But the flip side of that is a tendency to need sort of results quite quickly, to be very solution focused in itself, and have a restriction in the amount of sort of long-term stepping back that can go on. Business, in contrast, has a lot of power, a lot of voice, a lot of resources, a lot of ability to affect the policies of governments through the interactions at the business level. But they also have to sort of take into account their own market considerations, their own sort of legal constraints in doing things like that. The policy side, the government side, is obviously, the strongest voice in being able to push policies forwards, but necessarily is relatively slow, not quite as reactive as it can be. And then from my perspective as an academic, I see our abilities in this area as being more on the kind of flexible methodological innovation, the ability to bring new approaches and maybe longer term questions and understandings. But we tend to have sort of less voice, less sort of capacity to directly interact with policy. And frankly, as academics, maybe a little bit less urgency in directly achieving the solution to a problem. And we're all focused on publishing academic papers because that's all we care about as academics, ultimately, when we should be actually trying to work effectively to help there. But I think that's why the multi-stakeholderism approach is so important, is because the things that academia can bring to the table, if appropriately sort of incentivized, are to take a different perspective and to bring some of the more sort of cutting edge techniques that wouldn't necessarily be practical or applicable for civil society to do, for government to do, or even for business to do. So to speak sort of directly to the academic side of things and my own particular role in this, I think one of the particular strengths we have is the interdisciplinarity that comes out of modern academia, certainly. And it was mentioned at the beginning that this is a very tech-heavy field. And as somebody who studied as a computer scientist, it was quite a frustration to me to realize several decades into my career that I should have studied law, because that's where I would have had much more effect on helping with stopping things like this. But it's a bit late now, so I'll stick with the computer science. But that's the interaction between what we can bring on the data side, the method side, the data science side is something we can bring to this. And traditionally, the limitation of the academic side of this work is that it has been very technologically focused. There's been a lot of work on measuring the internet, measuring shutdowns, providing data, but they're not being so interested in doing something with that data. So, we've built a tool that will measure internet shutdowns in X, Y, and Z. Now it's somebody else's job to go off and do the policy advocacy, the interaction with users. Or on that technical side, we're going to build a circumvention tool, and we're going to sort of show that we can get around the internet shutdown, or we can still access the internet in this particular place in a way that is largely meaningless to 95% of the population who don't have advanced computer science degrees that can use these technologies. And so the reality of this is that while this is a technological substrate, a technological basis for what we're talking about here, it's a socio-technical system. It's an attempt to use an important society-wide technology to have control over an aspect of society. And so the research that I do, that my group does here at the Oxford Internet Institute, is largely focused on trying to bridge that gap between the strong technical measurements and the social and political understanding that drives it, because we do need to understand the technology. We need to know how it works so that we don't make silly mistakes. But we also need to answer the question, why are internet shutdowns happening? Why do states or authorities implement internet shutdowns? Because if we understand that, we can say, look, this is what you're trying to do, and it's not doing what you think it's doing. It's not achieving the goals you've set out for yourself. And then hopefully that's a route into policy to try and prevent that from happening in the future. Or if we're being honest, we need to say this is having the effect that you think it's having, but there are externalities, there are negative sides that are so significant that it's not worth what you're paying for it. And there are many forms of externality. I think, GDP is widely mentioned. Frankly, I think it's a poor measure of the impact of a shutdown. I'm much more interested in people being unable to communicate with friends, people being unable to coordinate their activities, people being unable to access healthcare information, quality news information, and similar. I realize I've already hit the 5-minute limit that I was given for this talk, so I won't talk too much about the work that we're doing here. But I'd like to say that some of the work we have been doing is about bridging these gaps. I'd particularly like to mention the Open Observatory of Network Interference, the UNI project, who have been working strongly with us to provide data, and we reciprocate by giving them the analytical tools, the sort of statistical data science, machine learning tools that we can work with here to try and understand how the data around shutdowns relates to the social and political factors on the ground. How do shutdowns shift in the lead up to an election? How likely are they leading up to an election? What happens after an election? Not just in terms of the internet, but in how people respond. Does a shutdown increase or decrease the amount of political violence, the amount of sort of protest or things like that? And can we understand these dynamics and feed into the policy process to try and reduce the effects, the negative effects that happens? So just to conclude then, at the multi-stakeholder level, which I think is hugely important to tackling this problem, what we need to do is to continue this route of drawing from the strengths and the perspectives of each stakeholder, not in terms of what do they want out of it, but what does civil society bring? It brings an ability to work with people on the ground, to advocate for people on the ground, and to interact with policy. Policymakers have the ability to drive policy directly, limited by the need for agreement nationally and internationally. Academia provides the analytical tools, the perspectives, and the methods, and business provides resources, infrastructure, and there's a lot of crossover between these, but I'm so happy to see that this community in this field takes this multi-stakeholder approach very strongly. And so that coordination is something I hope will continue going forward. And I'll stop there.
Thank you so much, Josh. Really, really helpful. I'm going to move on now to our next speaker, which in the room, Alex from Google. Alex, could you talk a little bit about the perspective of the private sector, really? How can the private sector help address this challenge? And how does the private sector, how is it affected by internet shutdowns? Thank you.
Am I on? There you go. Thanks for that question. And it's nice to come after Felicia and Josh, because I think you hit on a lot of the things that are also important to us in the private sector and that we think are important to be partnering with you on, to continue partnering with you on. These issues have long been a priority for Google. We believe in a free and open internet. That has always been a core value of Google and its products and the way that we interact in the world. And so the increase in shutdowns that Felicia talked about is something that's deeply troubling to us and is part of why we believe in the multi-stakeholder model and in engaging with governments and civil society and academia and others in industry to make sure that there is data available to those of us who are studying it, as well as informing public policy statements and advocacy to ensure that governments who are using shutdowns understand what the repercussions are and hopefully can think of more tailored ways to address the problems that that they're seeking to work on by doing shutdowns and disruptions and throttling. In particular, one thing we had sort of emailed about before was thinking about the value of human rights due diligence when we think about shutdowns. And for us, it is something that we think about when we think about how our products are operating in the world. We do have to think about sort of how we evaluate and plan when we know these things are going to happen, and how do we sort of design potentially around this kind of activity that will ultimately affect the people who are trying to use our tools, the devices that run on our operating systems, et cetera. The thing about shutdowns is they're rarely, from a human rights perspective, rarely necessary and rarely proportionate. They're a blunt tool that impacts all of our users and all of our services. And so from a company's perspective, it's bad for business because it's bad for everyone who uses our products. And I think Joss was hitting on this a little bit, but certainly it's everyone who's messaging and trying to communicate with their friends and family members. It's people who are trying to use digital payments and trying to send money back and forth. It impacts businesses, small and large, around the world. So it really does, it's not just GDP, it's every sort of interaction that we're trying to digitize for people. When you have disruptions, that means that that activity can't happen. And so I do think it's interesting to think about ways we can maybe illustrate that and measure how that impacts people in all of these small ways that really add up. For us, we have, again, like I said, for a long time been working on these issues. And so one thing in particular that we have always had is a disruptions report on our transparency site. And so what that does is it tracks the sort of activity across all of Google products around the world. And you can see when the activity gets low on any given product. Ultimately, when there is a shutdown, Google doesn't directly control any of the infrastructure. So when there's a shutdown, we normally learn about it when people are not able to access our products. It's not something that we know about ahead of time. So that's sort of the value of the transparency report. It makes sure that when we are learning that these things are happening, everyone else is learning that at the same time. And so transparency is one place where I think we've spent a lot of energy making sure that everyone has access to information about when these things are happening so that advocacy can happen. My colleagues in Jigsaw, they are sort of our think, do tank internally, have really invested also in transparency, but in partnering with other organizations to make sure that there's more data sharing and creating more comprehensive visibility around the impacts of shutdowns and disruptions. So that's included partnership and support of the Measurement Lab, as well as UNI and various others, and I'm sure Joss has also worked closely with them as well. So that is one place where we are continuing to invest in kind of the measurement and tracking and information sharing around transparency and disruptions. Just to maybe highlight a little bit more of the other ways we're working with other stakeholders, we've long supported the Keep It On campaign and think that the advocacy role is something that needs to be supported by those of us in industry, and I think many of the companies that are part of Global Network Initiative have long done that. And that's also part of why we engage with TFIS as part of the Freedom Online Coalition. We think that engaging with like-minded governments who understand all of the problems with disruptions and why that's not the best way to solve whatever challenges are happening in any given country, that it's important for private sector to be at the table talking about what we're seeing, what we're tracking, and to come to the table with one voice on that. And then the last thing I just wanted to flag is that Joss, it was funny that you said, law school would be useful, because I would say, as someone who's a lawyer, that actually it's really important for us to be partnered with technologists, because ultimately, sort of when I go back to the human rights due diligence and how do we plan for addressing these issues, really that does require us to think about what tools are available to people. And so, again, my colleagues in Jigsaw have focused on building things like Outline, which is a product that's focused on VPNs, and how do we make sure that VPNs are more accessible to people? How do we ensure that people can maintain access when these things are happening? And those really are questions that require technologists to be at the table with policymakers. So maybe that does just reinforce the value of all the stakeholders at the table, both from a technical and an advocacy perspective.
Thank you so much, Alex. Really helpful. We're just going to go to our last speaker before we open it up to all of you for questions. So do cling on to those questions. We'll be coming to you. Scott, if I may, your organization recently had a number of recommendations after you issued a report on internet shutdowns. What's your assessment on the progress of trying to facilitate positive change in this field, building on those recommendations? Thanks.
Thanks very much, Kanbar. And thanks to the UK and the Freedom Online Coalition and all of the different actors involved in organizing this, Google, Oxford, and Access Now. We're really pleased to take part in a multi-stakeholder discussion. And at the risk of repeating you a little bit, Kanbar, in your opening remarks, but this, our office, has been a champion of multi-stakeholder approaches and will continue to be one going forward. The value of this kind of conversation is clear, and this will be a priority area for our office in ensuring that participatory decision-making processes, and like the one that Alex just mentioned, are truly participatory, and that civic space is clearly protected so that all can take part freely in such discussions on the challenges of internet governance and also on the topic of today on shutdowns. The progress on shutdown, so I was asked to speak on that in the frame of our report. I think the first thing I would say is that we very much need a multi-stakeholder approach to make progress. To quote Joss, or misquote Joss, but we need a multi-stakeholder approach to provide input into solving the problem. And I think that's a key takeaway, and I see in this conversation opportunities for the Freedom Online Coalition to be thinking about in 2025, for Google to be thinking about, for all of us to be thinking about alongside member states with how to move the dial. I don't want to repeat Felicia. I think she, in terms of the progress, if we can frame it as progress made, backsliding perhaps, but I did want to salute Access Now for the exceptional work that they've done through the Keep It On campaign and having really important data on what the trends actually are in the world. So I won't repeat that. For today, I thought it would be more useful really to look at opportunities for problem solving through the multi-stakeholder lens and hooking to the Global Digital Compact. And what I think is really today our most significant frame, multi-stakeholder frame for problem solving. Multi-stakeholderism is clearly reaffirmed in the Global Digital Compact. And I think this, for our office, in terms of making progress on the recommendations in our report, we need to seize this opportunity along with all. I just want to touch on a couple of those hooks and maybe ask a few questions even, or put out a few ideas. I think, as most of you that follow the Global Digital Compact are aware, it is firmly anchored in international human rights law. And I think it's also fair to say the GDC doesn't move us forward in terms of a normative framework, but it does move us forward in terms of having 193 member states reaffirm their commitment to human rights in the digital space and reaffirm their commitment to multi-stakeholderism. So I think we just need to seize on that recommitment or commitment from some and those affirmations and seize that political momentum. And we're very pleased that our office is one of the 5 UN entities that is called upon to implement, which is a huge challenge and leads me just to the two areas I'll focus on in terms of hooks. Most of you, if you're attending this workshop on shutdowns, you probably noticed the very clear language on internet shutdowns in the GDC. It's quite simple, watered down in some ways from where it was, but I think very effective in calling for states to simply refrain from internet shutdowns. Where are the opportunities to push on that very clear commitment? Companies, and Alex, you touched on this, but there's a clear call on companies to respect human rights and to apply human rights due diligence throughout the full life cycle of technology. What are the opportunities to move forward also in a multi-stakeholder fashion on that? And I think there's work, you gave one example, and I think Felicia touched on another interesting example, which is the Democratic Republic of Congo, where a couple of weeks ago at the annual Forum on Business and Human Rights, Vodafone was talking about the agreement that they came to with support from civil society and the government of the DRC in a pre-electoral context. Now, what was the impact of that agreement? Where are the shortcomings, the gaps? How can it be used as an example to build on? Open question. And then the last area is Objective 1 of the GDC on connectivity. And this, in our view, is likely to be a massive area of investment from international financial institutions, from the United Nations, and a huge opportunity to integrate human rights concerns into agreements around connectivity. And as different types of infrastructure and connectivity projects are being established, there's a key moment for prevention, as we outlined in our report, but for language to be included that makes it very difficult for governments to shut down and easier for companies to push back with their legal tools against shutdowns. I'm going to stop there because I could go on, but I sense we're at time and really look forward to the conversation. Thanks again for including us.
Thank you, Scott. Some really helpful concluding remarks there. Now I'm going to open up for question and answers. I'm going to first look to the room here. So if you do want to ask a question, can you hear me? Quick sound check. Yep, okay. If you do want to ask a question, please make your way forward. There's a mic there at the front, and you're very welcome. So who would like to open up? Great. Please come in. Oh, I think we may need to turn the mic on. Do you want to use my mic?
I just wanted to ask about any kind of good examples where policy advocacy actually made a difference on influencing internet sort of shutdowns or preventing them. That goes for people in the on the panel or in the room, and if so, what was the anatomy of that influence?
Great. Before I pass that on, I think there's another hand up. We'll have two questions in the room, and then I'll ask the panel to come in on that.
Thank you. Are there any proactive steps in order to mitigate the disaster that will be behind internet shutdown for countries? Thank you.
Great. Well, I'll take that last one. I think in proactive steps, I think meetings like this are an example of that. We're trying to raise the awareness around internet shutdowns. We're trying to take a holistic approach in terms of the impact of shutdowns, be it from the issues around civil political rights, be it from issues about economy, but also development. So this is an example of that, but also our work through advocacy of the Task Force Internet Shutdowns and work on Freedom Online Coalition. So we're trying to be proactive there, but certainly there's much more we can do. Who in the panel would like to come in on the point was raised about some positive examples about advocacy working? I see Felicia, you're nodding. Do you want to briefly address that? Thanks.
Yes, definitely. I think I mentioned some good examples, having commitments from governments. And I think this is prior engagement, so it comes under the Election Watch initiative and Keep It On, where we are able to engage with governments prior to elections to raise awareness about shutdowns, the harms they have on human rights, and how people can actually leverage connectivity to actively participate in the electoral processes. And so through these engagements, that is when we got governments like the DRC, Nigeria, and Sierra Leone to make commitments to keep it on throughout the electoral processes. We've also taken governments to court and won against internet shutdowns. And the ECOWAS court has so far passed 2 or 3 judgments in favor of civil society against internet shutdowns, one in Togo, in Nigeria during the Twitter blocking, and also in Guinea, where civil society sued the authorities for disrupting internet access. So these are some positives, and in addition to the examples that Kamba mentioned. And I think proactive measures are really important, but some of the triggers is very difficult to predict, like protests, like conflict. We don't know when they just spring up on us, and we have to find solutions to that. But with elections, over time, we've been able to prepare ahead and to engage with stakeholders to push back against election-related shutdowns.
Thank you, Felicia. I'm just going to make a note. I can't see comments coming in online. I joined a little bit late, so I might ask Josh and Felicia if you could make a scrub of any comments in the chat and bring them to our attention. But while that happens, I do see a hand up in the room. So if you would like to come and ask a question and introduce yourself, that'd be great.
Hi, everyone. My name is Nikki Muscati. First, I just want to say thank you so much to the UK government for continuing to chair the Task Force on Internet Shutdowns in the FOC, and thank you to all the panelists. I look forward to this session every year. But I have two questions, if I may. One is actually to Google. You know, Alex, you were talking quite a bit about how the ability for people to be able to actually access all the different Google products is key for the ability for Google to actually do business in a country. And so I guess one of the things that I'm wondering is when you are considering introducing products in different new countries and different new settings, is are internet shutdowns something that you look at? Are internet disruptions something that you look at when you're considering the expansion of Google products in new markets? I think it's just helpful for people to know because I think there's such broad conversation about FDI, but it's not really looked at from like a government perspective, from a private sector perspective in that way. So it'd just be helpful if you could share it. And then the second question I have is, you know, we talk a lot, I think it was Joss that was sort of noting that governments will shut down the internet and they'll provide a justification, and sometimes it's not resolving the issue that they want. Sometimes it's having the exact effect that they want. But the issue that they're trying to resolve is one that has nothing actually to do with the internet itself. And so I guess that I'm wondering for the panelists or for the room is we've been having this conversation for a long time. The fact that government shutdowns are often imposed because someone is trying to address something that really doesn't have to actually do with the internet. Has there been conversation in these sort of multi-stakeholder settings on how do you address the actual root issue at hand? I think one of the things we hear is we got to shut down the internet because there's a protest that's going to happen. Those are all just very different things that are, you know, one technical, like technically a solution that's not a real solution being applied. So, thanks.
Thank you so much, Nikki. So one question for Alex, and then we have a question which I think very much chimes with Nikki's second question around chatting to governments and trying to explain issues. So maybe I might ask one of Joss or Scott if they want to address that. But Alex, over to you. We had a question directed at you. Thanks.
Hi. Yeah, that's a good question. I think, you know, there are myriad factors that get evaluated when we think about where we're going to expand business for any given product. But one of the sort of buckets of things that we focus on is the operating environment. So what is rule of law like? What are the regulations that we may have to comply with? And certainly whether or not there is access available, what the infrastructure is the government shutting it down on a regular basis, are things that we would highlight when we're thinking about the riskiness of a country, and is it worthwhile to expand our business there? So it is something that comes up absolutely when we're doing those evaluations.
Thanks, Alex. And then we've got a question which was talked about, you know, having a dialogue with states, trying to really explain the challenges around this. I might ask Joss to come in on that, and then Scott, there's a question in the chat directly for you. So Joss, do you want to address that one? And then Scott, if you could come in afterwards. Thanks. I mean, Alex, Scott, you come in after that, but Joss, first to you.
Yeah, I think this sort of trying to understand the relationship between the intended action of some authority, whether it's local government or national government, and what they actually do. I'm beginning to suspect that maybe policymakers are not entirely rational actors at all times in the way that they make their policies. And in many senses, there is this knee-jerk reaction. And in some cases, it's, you know, I say it carefully, but justifiable. You know, I've certainly seen cases where the stated intention is, you know, there is sectarian violence going on in this region that is being spread by social media. We don't see an alternative. This is the only thing we can think of to do. And as somebody that is utterly against internet shutdowns, I can still have sympathy with that perspective, because if I don't try to understand why an authority wants to shut down the internet, I can't work proactively to try and prevent them from having that conclusion. And I think that's something we really need to accept as a community, that it's not an us and them problem. It's a problem to work out together. How can we prevent this from happening? And I think that there's a much wider point there, which is, you know, most people in this room would probably share this opinion with me. If you'd told me 10 years ago that internet shutdowns would be increasing, you know, I was studying censorship 10 years ago, 15 years ago. And the perspective would always have been the internet's becoming more and more important. It's becoming more and more embedded in society. Everyone is using it. It's necessary. How could it possibly be shut down? It's just going to die off as something that you wouldn't do. And yet it is. And why is that happening? Partially because the authorities who are trying to achieve their societal or political or economic goals don't feel that they have an alternative lever of power to achieve that. And so it's become an all or nothing problem, especially with the rise of encryption on the internet, which is obviously, from my perspective, an unmitigated good. But it's meant that some of the more subtle or insidious forms of censorship, where you could block pages or keywords or other things, have gone away. And states are now being presented with the option: we either shut down everything, or functionally everything in terms of the large major services, or we have no control over this. And that's a difficult position for a state or authority to be in. And so that's why I focus a lot of my work on trying to understand the motivations and the impacts, because it feels to me that that is the most proactive way and holistic way to try and combat this problem, rather than the 10, 15 year ago approach, which was more naive, which was saying, we will just stop, you know, we'll just find ways to get around your censorship and you'll eventually give up. And that's obviously not happened. So I think that really drives to the heart of certainly my research agenda, but where I think we need to be thinking in these terms.
Thanks, Josh. And can I bring in Scott now? We have a question in the chat I think you've seen about institutional structures, and does the UN have a recommended model? Do you see the question in the chat?
No, I haven't seen that question.
How can we ensure enable national states to use multi-stakeholder model by creating institutional structures to engage all interested bodies? Does the UN have a recommended model? We can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, so sorry, lost power. Missed the question. I'm gonna. I just really want to emphasize what Josh was just saying, that we see more and more governments looking for tech solutions to what are deep societal problems, and in a nutshell. And the root causes of protests, indeed, are related to a lot of our bread and butter work, but promoting freedom of expression, freedom of assembly, non-discrimination and exclusion. So I think we need to look at those societal causes and take on the reality of the human rights space that is or is not available to get to the problem. Similarly with online racism. You know, the racism won't go away if we start censoring racism online. So I think that there are, I think we see a lot of, you know, knee-jerk reactions in that space. So now that my ears are back on, I still can't read anything without my glasses, but there's a question about institutional
structures to engage interested bodies. Do any of your recommendations address how we can institutionalize the multi-stakeholder approach?
Absolutely, yes. Well, it's a good plug too. Hope to see everybody at the next IGF, and the next IGF, and the next IGF.
Perfect. We've reached the, I've got to sign and say we've got about 3 minutes left, but there's one question in the room and I might try and wrap up things. I'll give you my mic. Do you want to introduce yourself and ask the question? Thanks.
Thank you. So that it was my question. So the question was, how can we promote national governments to use this multi-stakeholder body to develop the policies, including all parties, etc.?
Sorry.
We can hear you now.
Connectivity. Yeah. The short answer is also leverage the Global Digital Compact. Whatever governments, 193 governments have just committed to a multi-stakeholder model. There's very clear language. I'm forgetting on which objective or whether it's in the introductory parents, but there is clear language committing to multi-stakeholderism and an inclusive IGF that's in there. I think this is, again, it's not anything new that we couldn't find in existing international human rights law and principles, but the fact that governments have collectively come together and reaffirmed that gives us space for advocacy and for peer pressure.
Thank you so much. I'm going to wrap this up now, really. I'm going to say a few words and maybe ask each panelist to very briefly come up with any sort of concluding thoughts. I think from my perspective, I just want to thank everyone again. I think today is a real demonstration. This panel is a real demonstration of the power of the multi-stakeholder approach. I think one particular point which I want to draw out, which hasn't been highlighted, is good state practice. Often it's very easy to highlight examples where states have actually shut the internet down. You know, representing the British government, I would say this, wouldn't I? But in the summer in the UK just gone, we experienced some really shocking riots across the country. They had a real impact on our social fabric. They were reported widely and they entailed quite a lot of violence. However, during that time, the internet was not shut down. Policymakers took the decision not to do that. So I just highlight that because good state practice can encourage other states to look at this and realize that this is a blunt tool and there are wider societal issues at play and there are different levers available to address that. So with that in mind, I might ask each panelist very briefly to have sort of concluding thought for us. So Felicia, do you want to come in?
Yes, just to rehash that the fight against internet shutdowns needs multi-stakeholderism. And so it's important for us to continue to work together to push back against these right-harming practices. Thank you.
Thank you. Joss, any concluding thoughts?
Just to agree with what you said, and I think really in terms of understanding the motivations and the activities of the authorities that are engaging in internet shutdowns, we all agree that this is a blunt tool and there are alternative ways to achieve those goals. Let's not fall into the same problem of thinking that we can have similarly blunt solutions. We need to be just as sort of subtle and holistic in how we address this problem if we're going to bring it together, and multi-stakeholderism is the way to do that.
Thank you. Alex?
I'm not sure I have anything additional to add because we continue to be committed to multi-stakeholder model. Maybe the one thing I'll just highlight is that I do think companies, Google in particular, but not just Google, are really interested in continuing to work directly with civil society to understand how you're experiencing the impact of shutdown so that we can continue to think about building tools that are effective as part of the work that we're doing. And
last but not least, Scott.
No, thanks. I learned quite a bit in the dialogue, so thanks for including us. And I guess I'm inspired to have to go deeper into some of the examples that Felicia was putting out there as possible models, good and bad, but how we can learn together and to improve member state practice in the shutdown space.
Great. Well, thank you to our panelists, but also thank you to everyone else who's joined us both in the room and online. Thank you.
peace, peace. Meow.
رجعنا لك. شكرا. احتاج هيدسет صح؟ I'm moderating بعدين في اثنين online. The two that are presenting online will be speaking.
طيب, do you have a presentation?
Yeah, I sent it to the email address on Friday.
ايه يوم الجمعة رسلنا two present. It's one presentation, right? It's the purple one.
يعني في مناقشة مع أحد يعني؟
إيه أنا المودريتور وفي اثنين online.
إيه.
حيعملوا presentation. Zoom. Yeah. فاثنين على Zoom. بس نحتاج إنه we pull up the presentation اللي اترسل.
تمام. هو تعطون الأسامي قبل دقيقتين ثلاثة ناخذ الأسامي بس نفتح ناخذ أسامي اللي معهم مناقشة نفتح نعطيهم صلاحية يفتحون المايك والكام وتبدأ مناقشة.
والبرزنتيشن من فين؟ نتحكم؟
من عندنا. لا أنتوا
بس فيكم تفتح البرزنتيشن عشان نتأكد إنه عندكم إياه بليز؟
دقيقة بس هو راح عنده.
he's not here. Okay.
دقيقة بس.
Okay. There's a guy who's handling it all. He'll come back and pull up the presentation. 10 دقايق
أو أقل. لا قبل ما يبدأ يعني.
إحنا 6 دقايق ونبدأ.
أقل شوي.
All right. He'll be back in a moment. And then they'll let in Katie and Zoe.
Okay.
Yeah.
خلي يطلع لي الأسامي اللي بيدخلون. لا هم بس نبدأ الروم يدخلون نشوف الأسامي ونعطيهم الصلاحيات.
They just need the names when the guy comes back. حنحتاج هذه صح؟ Jim.
في مايك ثاني.
Thank you.
عندنا الاثنين. It's fine.
All right, so you'll kick it off and hand it over to me.
Yep.
I will.
I'm basically I'm in the business of welcome to the session. We want this to be highly interactive, so you will be taking a quiz at one point, so be prepared.
Are they actually?
Yeah, there's actually within the presentation there's the which of this is real and which is fake.
It's perfect. And Arden's not. Arden was listed as the online moderator, but we're not doing.
That's the role. That's the role I'm playing. I'm playing everything. I'm gonna move the. No. And I failed. I usually bring my own earbuds. Here's the guy.
Just take the picture from up front. Make it seem like it's of course. You're not seeing for this? No, I'm so sorry. I have to speak there, so that's like. No, 9. Sure, you do have to. Will you see? Yeah? Are you being I'm her ride. Good luck. Hi. Oh, that's fine. Hi. We wanted to take a photo with you. Or it should be a selfie. Okay, great. So kind of you.
Test. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. We're still waiting for a few folks to trickle in, so we'll get started here in a moment.
Hey, Jim, while we're waiting for people to come in, can you hear us?
Yes, we can, loud and clear. Katie, you want to
All
test
right.
your audio?
Yep, just testing on my end.
Yep.
Good morning.
You're all
All right. Amazing.
It's day 0, so people are trickling in very slowly. Katie, it's great to meet you.
Great to meet you too.
Zoe, I feel like you should have been here in person. Argentina, you can
It
be in
wasn't-
Saudi, not yet. Next time.
Priorities, travel budget priorities.
Okay, everyone, we're going to get going here. Thank you for coming. This is the session Tackling Misinformation with Information Literacy. My name is Jim Prendergast with the Galway Strategy Group. I'm going to help kick it off, and I'm also going to help monitor the online activity. Fair warning, we want this to be a highly interactive session. You will be taking a quiz at some point. No pressure, it's pretty easy, and there are no wrong answers. We really want people to learn from this session, walk away with some new ideas, some new thinking, and by all means, we welcome your questions and interaction. I'm going to now kick it off to Sarah El-Hosseini, who's the Head of Government Affairs and Public Policy for Saudi Arabia for Google.
Great. Thank you, Jim. And thank you, everybody, for joining us this afternoon. I know it's day 0 and it's the end of the day. So those of you who have made it this far, thank you for being here. As Jim mentioned, I'm Sarah El-Hosseini. I lead government affairs and public policy for Google in Saudi and Egypt. I think this session is hugely timely with everything that's happening on a global scale and the amount of information that is present online. And so I hope that you will be very engaged with our session today. We have a wonderful speaker lineup. And so with that being said, we'll start with a presentation by Katie Harbeth, founder and CEO of Anchor Change, on the challenges of addressing misinformation. We'll go over to Zoe Dharma, who is the Director of Trust Strategy at Google, who will present on Google's approach to information literacy, and then we'll go into a Q&A session. I'll take the prerogative of being the moderator in the first few questions and then hand it over to those of you in the audience who would like to engage as well. And so with that, I will hand it over to Katie. And Katie, thank you so much for joining us. Zoe, thank you as well. Happy to have you here.
Yeah, thank you so much for thanks you so much for having me. And I'm sorry I can't be there in person, but I wanted to start today by just sharing a little bit of the history of companies working around misinformation and some of the things that they have tried and how they approach this problem. So just to sort of ground ourselves, the current iteration of working on misinformation really started after the 2016 election. Misinformation has been around for quite some time in various forms, and companies have been working with it and trying to combat it for quite some time. But after the 2016 election in the United States, there was a lot of stories about initially Macedonian teenagers spreading fake news to make money. And it wasn't until later in 2017 that we also started to realize and find the Russian Internet Research Agency ads that were on. I worked at Facebook, so not only on the Facebook platform, but many other platforms. And this is what really spurred a lot of the companies, I can speak on behalf of the work at Facebook in particular, to start adding labels and working with fact checkers around trying to combat some of this. And misinformation is not just stuff that is around elections and hot button issues. Some of the earlier stuff too is things like a celebrity died in your hometown, or those type of clickbaity headlines that the companies were trying to fight. The initial focus was also very much on foreign activity, so foreign adversaries trying to influence different elections around the world. The other important thing to remember about a lot of this is that much of this work is very much focused sometimes on the behavior of these actors, not necessarily the content as well. So this means that pretending to be somebody that they're not on platforms that require people to use their real names, if they're coordinating with other types of accounts that they've created to try to amplify things. So as we're talking about this, it's not just what they're saying and if it's false, but it's also how they might be trying to amplify it in inauthentic ways. If you can go to the next slide. It's not, there we go. So I think a couple of other things to remember too as we think about this. Misinformation is sticky and fast, which means that it can spread very, very quickly, and it's something that very much sticks with people, and it's very hard and can be very hard to change their minds. Things can also, we find that it's most of the times, things are not completely false or completely true. There's usually a kernel of truth in this with a lot of misinformation around it, which makes it a lot trickier for trying to figure out what to do, because you can't just fully label it false or true. You also have things like satire, parody, hyperbole that exist in many places and are perfectly legal types of speech. And understanding the intention of the poster and what they mean for it to be, and doing that at scale, is something that is incredibly tricky for many companies in which to do. And overall, these platforms very much do not want to be the arbiters of truth. They do not want to be the ones that are making decisions of whether or not something is true or false or what the facts are, because they have seen and they have been accused of the risk of censorship, whether that's true or just perceived, but that has become a huge political problem for them, particularly in the United States, but also around the world. And also trying to, and sometimes defining subcategories of misinfo and dealing with these specifically can be a better way for platforms to develop and enforce policy. So rather than having a blanket one, you might prioritize it, because health misinformation, for instance, you may have more facts and authoritative information that you can refer to on that. The same thing with elections. Where, when, and how to vote is something that election authorities have that is easier to point to than something that might be more amorphous, or there's disagreeing of opinions about what is happening. And so sometimes you'll see companies start to parse this out on the types of content that they're seeing and the topic of it, in order to try to figure out how to combat this and mitigate the risks that appear to them. Sorry, I haven't had enough coffee. The risks that might happen to them. Jim, if you can go to the next slide. So a couple of strategies that we've seen companies do, in addition to so most companies do not take down fake information unless, again, it's about some very, very specific topics. Health and elections are two that I can think of. But other strategies that we have seen companies take, one is pre-bunking. So giving people a warning of the types of information that they might see, the types of stuff that could potentially be false, or even directing them to authoritative information on these sensitive topics. So saying that, a lot of you may have seen during COVID, platforms would put a label about where you could get more information about COVID during election season, and might be going to authoritative information there. A lot of them, as I mentioned earlier, work with fact checkers all around the world. Many work through the Pointer fact-checking consortium in order to, so what that means is that the platforms aren't making the decision, but they're working with these fact checkers, they're giving them a dashboard, and those fact checkers can decide what stories it is they want to fact check. They can write their piece, and then if they determine that it is false or partially false, a label will be applied to that, and then that will take the person to that fact check. The other thing it will do too is that it reduces the reach of this content. So less people can see it, but it doesn't fully remove it. And then, as I've been mentioning too, there's the labeling component of this. And so people can see whether or not what these fact checkers are saying while they're consuming this different types of content. And Jim, if you can go to the next slide. And a couple of notes about labels. So a lot of this work continues to be something that there's some trial and error and experimentation to it. Because as platforms have been implementing it, I know it's really easy to just be like, just put a label on it. People will, that'll help people understand that it's not fully true or what more context. But unfortunately, how people interpret that, as we've been seeing with research, is a lot more murkier. So for some people, when it says altered content, does that mean it was made with AI, edited with AI? Was it used to Photoshop? There's a lot of different ways of manipulating or altering content, and not all are bad. Many people use editing software in perfectly legitimate ways. And so how do you help distinguish for a user between that versus stuff that might have been nefariously edited? We find that people have many interpretations of what labels mean. And so they may not even have, the platform might not even have the proper label or enough information to even label it. The other thing too is that when some content is labeled as false, if content is unlabeled, sometimes they will infer that that content is true, even though that may not be the case. It may be that a fact checker hasn't gotten to it. And so what sort of things are we training users to think about in ways that were unintended? And so platforms are very much trying to experiment with different ways of helping to build up, and I know Zoe is going to go into this, the information literacy of them, because it is not as simple as just putting a label on it, because how people interpret that is very different across generations, across cultures, across many different factors. If you want to go to the next slide. The one other thing I wanted to mention, and this is a study that Google's Jigsaw division, along with GEMIC, did earlier this year, looking at how Gen Z in particular, but I do think you can pull this out more broadly, but how Gen Z approaches when they go online and how they think about information. And what this study found was that there's 7 different modes that people are in when they go online. And they plotted this on this sort of axis where on the far right, you have heavy content. This is stuff that is news, politics, weighs heavily on your mind. Versus on the far left, it's more lighthearted content. Think cats on Zumbas, stuff like that. On the vertical axis, you have on the bottom, things that have social consequences, affect others. People think that they need to do something. At the top, it only affects them. So it's not necessarily something they feel like they have to act on. So what they found is that most people are in that upper left quadrant, which is the time passed and lifestyle aspiration modes. This is where they're just hoping they're kind of at the end of the day, they're trying to kind of emotionally equilibrium. They're just trying to kind of, zone out a little bit and relax. And when they're in these modes, they don't care if stuff is true or not. However, what they found is that as they were absorbing it over time, they did start to believe some of the things that they were reading and consuming. And they also found with this is that people do still want that heavier stuff, that heavier news and information, but they want to be intentional about it. They want to know when they're going to get it. And when they go in to get that information, they want to get it quickly. They want a summary, and then they want to get out of it. And so something about this as we continue to have this conversation over the coming years is going to be how can we reach people where they're at? And we also have to recognize that their feelings play a huge role in trying to combat misinformation. And as a common friend of Zoe and mine's and many's, Kate Klonick, has said in a recent paper, you can't bring logic to a feelings fight. And this is something that we're very much trying to think through and figure out when it comes to combating misinformation. Because again, logically, we think just label it, just tell them. And what we have found is that is not actually how the human psyche works. So I can't remember if I've got one more slide or if we're going over to Zoe.
I think that's the final slide for you, Katie. And thank you so much for that insight. And I think there are tons of approaches and strategies that can be used to safeguard users, both proactive and then reactive. And we'll get into information literacy with Zoe in a second. Just for everybody in the room, if you haven't had a chance to get a headset, they're on the table over here. We also have the captioning behind us, so please feel free. Great to see that a few more people have joined the room. Wonderful. And so with that, Zoe, I'll hand over for you for Google's approach to information literacy.
Great. Thanks so much, Sarah. And thanks, everybody. Jim did mention that we were going to start with a quiz and that there are no wrong answers, but there actually are. There actually are right and wrong answers for this next quiz. So I just want you to, there are 3 simple questions, and I want you to basically keep track for yourself. So the first question here, and folks on the chat are free to put their answers in the chat. Which one of these has not been created with AI? Is it the photo on the left or the photo on the right, A or B? Which has not been created with AI?
Not everybody has microphones in the audience, so maybe we'll take a show of hands.
Yeah, you can just keep track for yourself because we'll reveal at the end.
And
Thank you,
we're
Sarah.
getting some answers in chat and Zoom, so thank you.
Great. Now the next one is, I see Jim struggling with the clicker. Now, which photo is more or less as it is described? Is it the photo on the left from WWF? The claim here seems to be about deforestation. Or is it the photo on the right, which also seems to be somewhat climate related, with a warship in the Danube finally being revealed because of low water levels? Which one is more or less as it is described? Great, next one. Now, which one of these is a real product? Is it cheeseburger Oreo or is it spicy chicken wing flavor Oreo?
Hopefully neither.
Yeah, that was my answer, Sarah. Hopefully neither. Okay, Jim, we can advance. So the house on the left is a real place in Poland. The post about the sunken ship is unaltered, I would say, and accurate. The post on the left, actually from the WWF, is a cropped photo, and it's the same photo taken on the same day, not from 2009 and 2019. And unfortunately, I hate to say it, but spicy chicken wings Oreo was unfortunately a real product. I think it was a marketing stunt. Even still, I'd be so scared to eat it. And a reviewer said it was the worst part of the experience was the greasy slick it left behind in my mouth that still haunts me. So I'd love a show of hands and maybe in the chat to see how many people got all 3 correct. Anybody? I'm not seeing too many hands. And don't feel bad about yourself because next slide, we're actually pretty bad at identifying misinfo when presented in this way. And a group of researchers from Australia found that our accuracy is a little bit better than a coin toss. And not only are we not able to very easily always identify what's wrong in an image, or to identify whether an image is misleading or not, we're also not able to identify very effectively what it is about that image that's wrong. What's the salient part of the image? So this group of researchers actually tracked people's eyes movements to see if they were focusing on the part of the image that that had been altered. And we're just not trained visual photo authenticity experts. And so if it's hard for us to do this, even in a setting like this one, it's hard to think about what Katie mentioned. When folks are just in time pass mode, they're not going always to be doing a great job at this. Next slide, please. I think also in this day and age, when there's a lot of synthetic or generated content, we're getting caught up perhaps in the wrong question as well. So also, as Katie mentioned, a lot of people just want us to label things misinfo or not misinfo, label things generated or not generated. But generated does not, is this generated does not always mean the same thing as is this trustworthy. It really depends on the context. So on the left here, you see a photo that is a quote unquote real photo of trash in Hyde Park. And this is, the claim is about that this trash was left by climate protesters. But actually, this is a very common tactic and technique for misinfo. It's just a real image taken out of context. This was actually a marijuana celebration for 420 Day, and that makes a lot more sense that there would be a lot of trash left over. Now, this photo on the right is just something that I created. I said, create me an art of Hyde Park, London with trash. And so it really depends not only how something was created, but how it's being used and in the context it's being used with the caption and label and everything like that. Next slide, please. So we'll still need your plain old vanilla information literacy tools. These will still need to evolve given that there is more generated content. There is more synthetic content out there. Certainly our tools need to evolve, but there's not going to be a magical technical silver bullet for generated content, just like there's not a magic silver bullet for mis and disinformation overall. And so the way that we're thinking about these things at Google is inferred provenance or inferred context over here. This is like your classic information literacy techniques, training users to think about when did the image or claim first appear? Where did it come from? Who's behind it? And what's the claim they're making and what do other sources say about that same claim? And then tools on the right, which are assertive provenance tools. These can either be user visible or not. They're explicit disclosures for AI generated content like watermarking, fingerprinting, markup, metadata, and labels. Next slide, please, Jim. Thank you. So we have set this out in a new white paper. You can scan to read it here. Or if you give your email to Sarah, I can connect with you and we'll make sure that we send you a copy. But this white paper kind of sets out how we're thinking about both inferred context and assertive provenance and what these two things, how they both play a role in meeting the current moment around generated content, trustworthiness, and mis and disinformation. Next slide, please. Now, what Katie talked about are a bunch of tools that are happening across many different platforms. I'm going to focus on some of the tools and features that we brought in directly to Google search. So first, we have about this result. Next to any blue link or web result on Google search, there are a set of 3 dots. And if you click into those 3 dots, you can get this tool, which is designed to encourage easier information literacy practices like lateral reading, or basically doing more research on a given topic. And so this will tell you what the source says about itself, what the other people says about a source, and what other people are saying about the same topic that you searched for. So let's say there was a piece of misinfo about the King of Bahrain having a robot bodyguard. So when you click on the 3 dots next to that, you'll see not only information about the source, but also web results about that topic. Spoiler alert, the King of Bahrain did not have a robot bodyguard, just in case you were wondering. Next slide, please. This is just another layer into about this result. It brings all of this information into one page, and it helps users carry out the core and SIFT method. SIFT stands for stop, investigate the source, find other sources, and trace the claim. That's really hard to expect people to do when they're in time pass mode. So we wanted to put a tool directly into search just to make this as easy as possible for folks, because one of the criticisms of inferred provenance or inferred context is it puts a lot of responsibility onto the user. And so when we're thinking about all those other modes, let's say where it might be more important for users, let's say making a big decision, like a financial decision, for example. We want to make sure that users have the tools that they need when they really feel motivated to go that extra mile. Next slide, please. And we've also built a similar feature into image results. So you can also, in the image viewer, click on a result, you'll see 3 dots. And this is like a supercharged reverse image search directly in the image viewer. It will tell you an image's history when we, Google, have first indexed an image, because sometimes an old image, again, will be taken out of context and go viral for a completely different reason. It'll also show you an image's metadata, and that brings us, next slide, to assertive provenance. So for Google's consumer AI products like Gemini, for example, that power Gemini or Vertex AI in cloud, we are providing a watermark, a durable watermark for content. So oftentimes that's not user visible. In about this image, you can see here, if that synth ID watermark is present, we'll provide this generated with Google AI directly into the image viewer so that you can see it was produced by one of our image generation products. Now, the reason that it's hard to just do this as Google for every image out there in the universe is for the reason that Katie mentioned earlier. Let's take the example of Russian-backed Macedonian teens. They're probably not using tools that are using watermarking, right? So if they're running a derivative of an open model, for example, there's no way to force those other providers to watermark their content. And there's no motivation for the content creator in that example to use a watermark or a label. And until we have, we're never going to have 100% accurate AI detectors that are able to suss out all of the information on the internet, send it through an AI detector and spit out a label or a watermark that's accurate 100% of the time. And so really, we need a holistic approach that involves inferred and assertive provenance and a whole of a society solution. Next slide, please. The last thing I'll say is that there is a lot of talk about the role of recommendations and algorithms and how they're designed, and whether that is what is creating or promoting or giving more reach to this misinformation that is sticky and fast, as Katie mentioned. But a recent study, at least looking at search, and this is looking at Bing actually, shows that there is consistent evidence that user preferences play an important role in both exposure to and engagement with unreliable sites from search. So what does this mean? Searchers are coming across misinformation when there is high user intent for them to find it. That means they are searching explicitly for unreliable sources. And so it's not Taylor Swift that's bringing misinfo about Taylor Swift, but it's when you're searching for Taylor Swift plus the site that you like to go to. Now, that site may not be reliable. That might not be a reliable news site, but that is really when folks are most likely to encounter misinformation in the wild on a search engine. And so really we have to focus on individual choices with these so-called navigational queries, because that's what's driving engagement. And it really has to do with what users are actively seeking out. And that's a bit of an uncomfortable conversation, because it goes to a question of like, how do you get users on a more nutritional or healthy media diet, rather than like, how do we just label something, or how do we just fact check something? And that's a much harder problem to solve. So I'll stop there and turn back to Sarah.
Thank you very much, Zoe. And it's great to see the Google tools that are helping empower people to make the best decisions and really find the best information for their decision making and consumption. So thank you. With that, I'm going to turn over to the Q&A portion of the session. Oh, maybe Jim first.
I have one online.
Oh, great. Fantastic. Wonderful.
I see the question, so I'll read this question out. Does Google's watermarking for AI generated images, like those created with Imagen, rely on metadata? If so, can it be removed by clearing the metadata, or is it embedded directly into the image itself? And yes, that slide that y'all were on just now with the chart might be a helpful one to go to. But essentially the answer is no, it doesn't rely on metadata. It does produce metadata that shows that the image has been created with a Google generative AI product. It is tamper resistant, I will say, Averil. So not tamper, like nothing is 100% tamper proof. However, SynthID is tamper resistant, so it is hard to remove from that image, and doing something like clearing the image's metadata is not going to remove the watermark. Now, this is a little bit different from other types of provenance solutions in the past. Some other types of metadata are easy to edit using very common image editing software. So IPTC metadata, for example, you can edit, and it was not designed to be a provenance tool the way that we're thinking about it now. But there are ongoing conversations happening both with C2PA and IPTC about how durable that metadata should be. Where we have metadata from SynthID or from IPTC, for example, we are including it in the image viewer the way that I just showed you in about this image. Thank you for the question.
Thanks so much. And maybe, Katie, back over to you. So misinformation and disinformation, you mentioned, are very sticky problems with big impacts on society. So there's a lot of external pressure for platforms to do something about these issues, but also a lot of concern about platforms overreaching, potential freedom of expression issues, and so on. Can you talk about how platforms think about these challenges of mis and disinformation and what kind of tools and approaches they have to address them?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think this is why you've seen a variety of approaches for platforms to try. I think one thing in particular is a question about people's right to say something versus the right for that to be amplified. And so you oftentimes are seeing platforms where they're, again, not taking it down, but they are adding the labeling. They are trying to reduce the reach. That also has brought criticism on them as well, and sort of a question around the principles of that. I think this pre-bunking is really important as well, and trying to just give people other information and context that they can see and reach and be able to understand when they're consuming this content. You're starting to see new approaches from places like Blue Sky, which are more decentralized, where they are instead not only them labeling content, but anybody can label content, and then the user can decide what sort of content they do or do not want to see in their feed. And so it is much more putting the power back in the hands of the users versus the platform themselves making some of those decisions. I think a lot of this will continue to evolve and change too, as AI continues to play a big role in how we summarize what sort of information that we get, and people are also thinking about that and what types of information are pulled into it. But this is sort of an ever evolving thing as the pressure on them from, as you mentioned, people who are saying that they should do more, but others who are saying they're taking down too much around this. And at the moment, you are seeing more platforms taking less of a strong approach around, again, the leave it up or take it down, and instead trying to find some of these other ways. Another one I should just mention is X / Twitter. This was before Musk took over, but it still exists. They have community notes. And so they have larger number of people that can help to add a community note to something, to give it more context, to say if something might be true or partially true. And they have some really great mechanisms in place to make sure that that cannot be gamed as part of all of that. But I think we'll continue to see a lot of experimentation on this as they try to balance that, the freedom of expression versus also the safety of people who are using these platforms.
Fantastic. Thank you for that, Katie. That was really helpful. And maybe shifting gears a little bit, because I see a few questions coming up on AI in the chat. Maybe Zoe will tee up. Can you talk about how the proliferation of AI-generated content changes the conversation around information literacy? And then we'll go in and take Viral's question in the chat after.
Yeah, I think it's like evolutional, not revolutional. I mean, it's more in terms of the volume of content that people are seeing, but edited content is an age-old problem. So the very first photographic hoax was like of a ghost, and it was using like a daguerreotype, for example. And so as long as images have created, there has been this issue of what do we do about if it's been edited, if it's been altered. And that's why I'm a strong believer that our information literacy muscle really needs to grow as a society, because whether something is generated or not doesn't necessarily always change the question, is this trustworthy or not? And that's the key question that we have to remind people. Is this trustworthy? Generation, whether it's generated or not, is like one element. So, and it really depends on the context. And so I think our information, what needs to change is we need to ask, yes, is this generated or not? But still ask all of those other questions that we've always been asking ourselves when we're encountering content that could be potentially suspect. Hope that answers your question, Sarah.
Yeah, great. Thank you. And I know, Zoe, you answered directly in the chat, but maybe for those in the room, does Google's watermarking for AI-generated images, like those created with Imagen, rely on metadata? If so, can it be removed by clearing the metadata, or is it embedded directly into the image itself?
Yeah, so it provides metadata, but that metadata cannot be stripped easily. I say easily because nothing is 100% tamper proof, but SynthID is very tamper resistant. So it's not editable the way that other metadata is. And I think that's a critical piece of what we as Google are doing. Again, the Google and neither Google nor OpenAI nor Anthropic nor Meta, none of us control all of the generation tools that are out there, and it's very difficult to make folks who are using derivative of open source, maybe smaller models, for example, models that are being run by other companies. There's not a way for us to force other companies to watermark. And so this is where it becomes really difficult, because we'll never have 100% coverage on the open web, even if the biggest players are all in C2PA and all responsibly watermarking and or labeling where appropriate. There's always going to be some proportion of content that's generated out there on the open web that does not include a watermark, for example.
Fantastic. Thank you, Zoe and Aviral, for those questions and answer. And maybe to a question in the room.
Yeah, thanks so much. This is Lena from Search for Common Ground and the Council on Tech and Social Cohesion. So it's powerful. You said it again, Zoe, that you can't actually force others to do certain things, which then in some ways pokes holes in your valiant efforts. So there is a growing evidence about really harmful tech-facilitated gender-based violence. And I'm just curious, are we seeing attention on this growing? Because we do hear that there's specific things you've put in place for health and elections. And a lot of that's because of the excellent work of the two of you, right? So what would it take for us to also begin to think differently about the harms around TFGBV? Do we need to rally other companies so that there is that standardization of watermarking of that kind of harmful content? Just where do you think the conversation's at right now? Thanks.
That's a fantastic question. And image-based sexual abuse, I'll just say, in terms of like quote unquote deep fake pornography, that's not what we call it internally. We call it involuntary synthetic pornographic imagery. Is a great example of a problem that Google didn't necessarily create, right? We are not allowing our models to be used for image generation of deepfake pornography or ISPI. However, it is an issue that we're deeply grappling with, especially on the product that I work on, often like Google search, because a lot of that material is out there now on the open web. So, so what we've done, and I can only speak for ourselves, is we've taken an approach that relies both on technical and kind of multi-stakeholder and industry solutions. So one of the things that we've done is we have implemented new ranking protections and ranking solutions so that we can better recognize that type of content. And not necessarily always like recognizing is this AI generated or not. There are other signals that we can use as well. So for example, if the page itself is, advertising it as like deep fake, celebrity pornography, for example, we can detect that and we're applying ranking treatments so that that's not ranking highly or well. We also have long had a content policy to remove that type of imagery as well. The other thing that we're doing is we're providing more automated tools to victim survivors. So when you report even just quote unquote regular non-synthetic but just regular NCEI to us, there are a couple things we do on the back end. One is if that image is found to be violative, we not only remove the image, we also dedupe using hashing technology. Now, hashing can be evaded with some alterations to the image itself. So we also give an option for reporting users to check a box to say that they want explicit images to the best of our ability removed for queries about them. So if the query that I'm reporting, for example, is Zoe Darmay leaked nudes, I can check a box saying, I also want explicit imagery filtered for results about my name, Zoe Darmay leaked nudes, Zoe Darmay, etc. And so that's another way we're addressing the problem through automation that doesn't necessarily rely on like finding all of the generated imagery or not, but attacks the problem through another dimension. So those are a couple of the ways. I'll throw in the chat our most recent blog post on involuntary synthetic pornographic imagery and all of the ranking protections that we're applying to demote such content and also raise up authoritative content on queries like, for example, deepfake pornography, where we're really trying to return authoritative, trusted sources about that particular topic and issue, rather than problematic sites that are promoting such content.
Fantastic, thank you. I think we have another question in the room before bouncing back to online.
Hello. Hi, do you hear me? Speak up. Okay. Hello, Katie and Zoe. Thank you for the presentations and wonderful answers as well. My name is Rian. I'm from the Brazilian Association of Internet Service Providers. I have more of a doubt than a question. Do we have any studies already showing the effectiveness of the literacy on actually identifying and combating misinformation? I mean, does it have an actual impact, or how much can we measure it already?
I think there's a
Katie, do you
jigsaw.
want to go?
Yeah, I was going to say, but isn't there a jigsaw one, Zoe? I feel like you all have done quite a bit of research on this, but I think there's been some very preliminary stuff on pre-bunking where I first saw it really be effective and folks starting to realize its effectiveness was particularly when Russia invaded Ukraine and sort of that pre-bunking ahead of that actually happening. But I'll toss it to Zoe. I don't want to take Google's thunder for some of the great research that they've done on this too.
No, and it wasn't my research either. So big shout out to our colleague Beth Goldberg, who's not here, but has led a lot of our pre-bunking work. Yeah, we can try to dig that up and throw it in the chat. In terms of, so Katie covered pre-bunking. I'll just cover kind of information literacy. So there is a lot of evidence that the SIFT and core methods work. And so we searched for evidence-based practices that we could make easier in the product itself. So the first way I'll answer your question is yes, these are evidence-based practices. SIFT, for example, was developed by Mike Caulfield, who is a misinformation researcher who was most recently with the University of Washington. He's since moved on, so I don't know his affiliation right now. Core was by Sam Weinberg, another misinformation and information literacy researcher. When we've done user research on about this result, for example, we've actually seen folk theories decrease. So I'll say that the user research that we've done, I'll caveat this by saying small sample size, more research needs to be done, but internal indications for us are that consistent use of about this result, for example, reduced folk theories in terms of how somebody was being shown a certain result. So for us, that was a really positive indicator that they had a better understanding not only of the results they were seeing, but how those results were chosen for them. And what I'll say is that a lot of people think, for example, that they have a lot of folk theories about why we're showing certain results. You know, are we snooping in your Gmail and then giving you results based on things that your email, blah, 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 you know, all those types of folk theories. And when you actually just say, it really has to do with the keywords that you're putting in the search box, people understand that that's why they're seeing those types of results. A lot of folks think that the results are so relevant to them, they must be that we must know something about them, when oftentimes we're just using what's in the what the user puts in the box. People are unfortunately not as unique as they think that they are, and so we know a lot about what people want when they're searching for. Gosh, Katie and I were talking about beach umbrellas yesterday. So people searching for best beach umbrellas, we know a lot about them and are serving great relevant results based on that. And people think, oh, this is exactly what I need. It must have to do with something about me. The other thing I'll just say, which is a new feature that you can check for yourself, is we're rolling out a new feature at the footer of the search results page that'll say these results are personalized, these results are not personalized. And if they are personalized, you can try without personalization. I would encourage everybody to check that out because a lot of the search results pages you'll find are not personalized. A great many of them are not. And the ones that are right now are on things like what to watch on Netflix, for example. And so then you can see it just goes right at the bottom of your page. You can even click out a personalization to see how those results would change, and you can check that you're not in like an echo chamber or filter bubble.
Great. Thank you for the great question and answers from both our panelists. I'm being told we have 5 more minutes left, and so maybe one quick one from the room in follow-up, and I think this one is probably aimed at Zoe. What if a screenshot is taken, then would there be any way of tracking it in the context of watermarks? Can they be removed easily?
Yeah, that's a great question. And for SynthID, I'm sorry, SynthID, I hate to do this weird Google thing where we're 200,000 people and it's a different product area that created it. For screenshots and SynthID, I don't know the answer directly, but I will certainly follow up and put it in the chat while Sarah's wrapping up. But I'll say generally, yes, taking a screenshot is one way to strip metadata off an image, for example. So that was like the classic example of evasion for certain other kind of metadata techniques that we talked about. There are other ways to evade. We talked about evasion of hashing, for example, which can be done by adding a watermark or slightly modifying the image in some ways. There are always ways to get around technical tools with really motivated actors who want to do that. And so we have made it as difficult as possible to strip that metadata. But that's why we're saying in a presentation like this, we cannot always rely on 100% technical solutions. We have to think about these other ecosystem solutions as well. And that's why I come to these presentations and always talk also about inferred provenance and inferred context. However, I will say that we've made it tamper resistant. So again, you can't go into photo editing software and remove it, for example, and things like that. But I'll get you an answer. It's a good one. It's a good question about screenshotting in particular.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Zoe. Any other questions from the room? And if not, maybe I'll wrap up with one quick question. Yep. Fantastic. And Katie, I'd love to start with you. So just given the platform of IGF, we're all here this week in Riyadh for the event. What are some of the challenges of implementing a multi-stakeholder approach to information literacy? How can these challenges be overcome, especially at a platform like IGF?
Yeah, I think this work is absolutely multi-stakeholder, right? And needs to be done from multiple different approaches. It's not just enough to ask the platforms in which to do this. And I think Taiwan is frankly a really great example of how you've seen a multi-stakeholder approach to mis and disinformation in their country. I think one of the biggest challenges that I've seen that I continue to want to work on is trying to help those that have not been inside of a company sort of understand the scale and the operational challenges to some of the solutions and better thinking and brainstorming about how we might do that. And then on the platform side, helping them to understand sort of the approaches that civil society and others that they are finding when they're trying to combat all of this in their countries and in their regions around all of this. So I think continued cross collaboration is really important. And then the other thing too is that this does need to continue to be experimental, because if there were a silver bullet to this, we would have all figured this out a long time ago. But this is a really hard and tricky problem. And I think having open dialogue and conversations like this will continue to be important, particularly, again, as we go into this new era of AI, which is very much going to change how we generate and consume information. That now is really the time to be thinking about how we shape what those models and things are going to look like for the next, at least 5 to 10 years.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Katie and Zoe. Same question for you.
Before I answer a question, I actually just wanted to go back to the watermarking question, because I found the answer through the best product ever Google search, just a quick search. So SynthID uses 2 neural networks. One takes the original image, produces another image almost identical to it, but embeds a pattern that is invisible to the human eye. That's the watermark. The second neural network can spot that pattern and tell users whether it detects that watermark and suspects the image has one, or finds that it doesn't have a watermark. So SynthID is designed in a way that means that watermark can still be detected, even if the image is screenshotted or edited in another way, like rotating or resizing it. So I was looking that up. Can you repeat your final wrap-up question to me, Sarah?
Yeah,
Sorry.
of course, and thank you for taking the time. I think we're a little biased towards Google search being the best, which I absolutely love. We drank the Kool-Aid for sure. The question is, what are some of the challenges in implementing a multi-stakeholder approach to information literacy, and how can the challenges be overcome?
Yeah, I think one of the biggest challenges is just the idea that it takes a lot of time and it's too much to expect of users. So I really think what the multi-stakeholder approaches, even though they're called multi-stakeholder, they're often really focused on governments, what governments can do, and what tech companies can do. And I think one of the things that you've heard us consistently throughout this really fascinating talk, and thank you so much, Sarah, for a great job facilitating it, is the third leg of this stool is what users contribute, what users do, what users seek out, and what users are consuming and how they're consuming it. And so I think that's the biggest challenge. Like one of the studies I mentioned earlier really focused on how much users' expressed preferences play into the fact that they are finding or not finding misinformation. Like, are users actively seeking out unreliable sources? That's a hard problem to solve. And there's a reason that multi-stakeholder approaches really want to focus on governments or technology companies. They're at the table. We're the ones who are doing the talking. But we really are missing a huge piece of the puzzle if we're not talking about user expressed preferences, what they want to find, what they're seeking out, and then how they're consuming that, and how we can get them to be stronger and reliable consumers and creators in the information ecosystem. And that's a tall order.
Thank you for that, Zoe. I think we're at time, so maybe just to wrap up, a big, huge thank you to our panelists, to Jim, Zena, our clicker, stepping in with the internet connection. And just to say, I think it's, from the conversation today, very apparent that we need a holistic approach to the shared responsibility of information literacy and protecting our users, and education with regards to our stakeholders in government, users, especially youth. I think as somebody who works in one of the largest youth populations in the world, this is something that sometimes gets overlooked but is really important. Start them young, and bringing in civil society to the conversation is always really important. So maybe I'll hand back over to Jim.
Yeah, no, thanks everybody. Especially thanks for the great questions, both in person and online. That's what we really look forward to, is the interaction with everybody instead of talking amongst ourselves. So appreciate it. Everybody have a good evening, and we'll see you back here tomorrow.
Can the speakers stay online for 2 seconds for a quick photo? Yeah, great.
Thanks, everyone.
Just changing the slides to the first slide of the session. Technology's a little slow.
Like, do I keep smiling? What's going on?
Katie, you fly home tomorrow?
No, not till Thursday.
Oh, not Thursday, you said. Okay.
It's like 4 degrees there right now.
You're a braver woman than I. I don't go home to Chicago